Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open up today's hearings for the Education Committee in February the 9th. Read the echo or anything back there? Are we good? Okay. Okay, as chair of the House Education Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing of bills referred to the Education Committee. Executive session on pending legislation may be held. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us today. Jennifer Ford is our committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Madam Clerk, are you ready to go through the roll?
Good morning, everyone. Representative Cordelli.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Bohm.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Allard.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Lakis.
Here at home, and my husband may be in and out.
Representative Moffett.
In the committee room with 6 party legislators.
Representative Hobson.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Andrus.
Here in Salisbury.
Representative Ford.
Home in Chester, alone in my office.
Representative Leon.
I'm at the polling place with you guys in my headphones,
Good luck.
so no one can hear. Thank you.
Representative Sodi.
I am home. Family might be walking through.
Representative Myler.
Mary Heath here in Manchester, substituting for Mel Myler today. And I'm here in Manchester at home and my husband's in the other room.
Thank you, Mary. Representative Luno.
Here in Hopkinton.
Representative Shaw here in the committee room. Representative Cornell.
Here at home in Manchester, all alone.
Representative Tanner.
Here in Georges Mills, Sunapee, with my dog, Raven.
Representative Ellison.
Here alone in my home in Concord.
Representative Mullen.
Here in the basement in Bedford alone.
Representative Lay. Representative Woodcock.
Here in Center Conway with my wife and my dog, which may bark occasionally.
Representative Ladd.
I'm here in the LOB.
Waiting for something?
Do you have,
No.
what's our count there?
19-0. I was trying to figure out, I thought I saw Representative Lay up there, but I don't see him. Okay,
Okay, thank you. It's like every morning here is a Monday.
I know.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Just a note for all members on the committee, if you are going to be writing a committee report, either for the majority or the minority, we've been asked to try and get all those reports that have previously been done. I think we're only missing 3, and I will contact those individuals who may be responsible for getting committee reports to us. As we get through here and especially on Thursday, when we get to the executive sessions, be prepared hopefully to have some of your committee reports put together so we can get those to Jennifer Ford as quickly as possible. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and open up today's first hearing. And that bill is HB 136, requiring schools to update documents and software to include the option of identifying a student as non-binary. Representative Woodcock here is the prime sponsor of that bill. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Representative Shaw, for the record, I will send you my comments to save you from trying to do note-taking. My name is Steve Woodcock, and for the record, once again, I represent Conway, Eaton, Chatham, and Hales location. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce HB 136. But more specifically, Mr. Chair, with your permission and to save time, I'd like to go straight to the amendment 0632H, which was distributed by OLS to all members on the committee on Friday, March 5th at 8:11 a.m. So hopefully they all have that there, Representative Ladd. It's similar, but in order to provide context to this bill, I'd like to bring us, the new members, up to speed and remind those that were here on the committee last session that this bill, or a similar bill, formerly HB 1163, and to which we heard much debate, as well as Representative Cordelli's amendment 0849H, which the intent is ingrained in this bill, both went to interim study for the purpose of allowing DOE to provide an accurate assessment of what, if any, costs would exist for this bill's implementation. The purpose of this bill is to clarify that the parent or guardian has the right to determine the child's gender for the purpose of school records, and more importantly, to require that schools be proactive by providing a record system that allows staff to use the current correct pronoun for student. This bill came about last year on a request from a parent, Rebecca Nan, who has submitted written testimony, but unfortunately will not be here today to speak in person. I met Rebecca a few years ago at a seminar put on by my local library, and that seminar focused on the many implications, issues, and discrimination that parents and children faced as members of the LGBT community. And as you may imagine, they were numerous. So after the meeting, I spoke with several of the presenters regarding what I or we, the House of Representatives, could do to help. I was not looking for a laundry list, but rather 1 or 2 critical things that we could do to make a child's school experience more healthy, productive, and safe. Rebecca told me the story of her child and the discrimination that had to be incurred regularly, often annually, to be specific, every year where a child changed grades and had a new set of teachers. I'm not suggesting, nor is she, that the teachers or school administration created this horrible situation purposely. No, I'm presenting you the fact that due to the school's antiquated system of record keeping and identification, the school became a partner, inadvertently and often unknowingly, providing the ammunition for bullying, harassment, and discrimination in that school building. We continue to hear in this chamber that bullying is an extremely painful experience that negatively impacts the child and family. And at a time, it's often for years and sometimes lifetimes. We hear about the families moving or wanting to change schools for the sole purpose of finding a school that will provide a safe space for meaningful learning. I am not here to ask you to dive into the deep end of the pool, take a huge risk, or ask you to abandon your own lifelong and historical understandings of what you may believe as regards the traditional roles of male and female, or for you to agree with the parent's determination or their rationale for requesting a non-binary identification for the child. That is not our responsibility. That is the parents. What this bill does and what you can assist with is to provide relief for families, provide relief for children, and reduce the opportunity for in-school bullying and discrimination, which is a result of an outdated system of school record keeping. HB 136 allows for, on an annual basis or during the initial registration period. Oh, hold on there, Mr. Chair. Whew. Thank you. Pardon that, Mr. Chair. My battery was running low in the computer. I'm doing fine. Anyhow, so what allows the parents to identify the gender of the child for school record keeping. As Ms. Nan wrote in her testimony, often her child was often incorrectly addressed. For example, when a substitute teacher did not know how to correctly address a non-binary child during attendance or record keeping, or during IEP meetings or parent-teacher report conferences. These painful experiences were not a human error. They were the result of not using current technology. And the first step to alleviating that cause of this child's pain is to require the updating of current school records, which HB 136 does by requiring one additional keystroke. We heard during HB 1163 that currently small systems often change their record systems for one purpose or another by doing an in-house, no-cost workaround. We also heard that the larger systems also could easily change their computer system at no cost because there is a clause in their contract that provides if the law changes, the provider will upgrade the system at no cost. DOE estimated last year during the interim study that the changes, if needed, at DOE may require around $20,000. That is all. HB 136 is request the option for parents made by a simple software upgrade. How many times this year have we heard it's about the parents? Let the parents decide. They know better. Finally, this isn't a first, as some of the written testimonies acknowledge, which you've read, I'm sure. The Manchester School Board has a policy now in place, and I quote, "The student has the right to be addressed by a name or pronoun that corresponds to the student's gender identity." Folks, this isn't rocket science or a complex task. It is a simple software update, and one that accordingly will improve the culture in our public and charter schools. Thank you for the opportunity to present 136, Mr. Chair. And I ask all of us that we set aside our personal feelings and make a decision which is in the best interest of parents and students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Woodcock. Are there questions for the representative? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. Last year with House Bill 1163, we had testimony from the department in regard to the systems. And I believe it was stated that there were approximately 15 different software systems out in the districts and some additional homegrown systems, in addition to multiple major systems within the Department of Education. So I'm just wondering what is the basis for your prior statement that these are simple software changes?
Thank you, Representative Cordelli, for the question. Going back to the exact testimony that you discussed, the superintendents in testimony last year that came to the Education Committee session in person, those that were from small systems said they already do many workarounds for all kinds of computer programs by their IT people at no cost. And there was one or two superintendents there last year from larger municipal systems that said because of the contract of the language with their IT provider, that if it is a law, then their IT provider will make that change with no cost.
Further questions? Representative Whitcock, I have one question. I looked at your amending language. And the question I have is regarding that. Upon request from the parent or the guardian, if a student is 19 years old, can the student make that request?
Yes, could they be considered an adult at that point, Representative Ladd?
Okay, I was just looking for clarification, whereas it didn't say that within your.
Well, the guardian or parent wouldn't have a obligation after 18 in the school. The school has, the student has the right to self-designate after 18.
I understand that. Thank you. Further questions of Representative Whitcock? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I just was really follow my prior question, but the amendment says designated gender. What if the system that we're talking about, one of the myriad of systems has a field called sex? Would the definition of that field have to be changed to mean gender rather than sex?
If and you're coming through poorly, it may be my computer, Representative Cordelli, but if I understand the question correctly, you're asking if there is an additional field that needs to be gated in the programming. Currently, there are two fields, typically biological fields, male and female. This would be a third field, and that would be the addition in the software programming for the designation of non-binary by the parent.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions for Representative Whitcock? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Who is next?
Next, we have Sophia Bianco. She's been promoted. Go ahead, please. Welcome to education.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for taking my testimony today. My name is Sophia Bianco. I'm 14. I live in Manchester, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the New Hampshire High School Democrats in support of HB 136. HB 136 is a really simple bill that I think will be very beneficial for non-binary and gender nonconforming students. By allowing students to be properly identified on official documentation in school, we promote understanding and acceptance between teachers and students and prevent bullying or other stressful experiences that might stem from a student being improperly identified on their paperwork. I can't give any specific statistics on how many non-binary students we have in New Hampshire, but I can say that as a gender nonconforming student who has many non-binary friends and is aware of many more outside of those I know personally, there is definitely a significant population within our schools. As for the financial implications of this bill, I think that due to the simplicity of the change and the lack of a fiscal note on the bill, this will probably have very little impact. It would just be a matter of adding one more checkbox to a form or adding a new option to a dropdown. And if sex versus gender is an issue, that would also just be a matter of changing one word on an indicator. Many institutions are already doing this, and we've seen that the benefits to non-binary people are great, while the cost is very, very minimal. For all these reasons, I think HB 136 is a simple but very important bill that would have great impact for non-binary students, and I ask the committee to recommend ought to pass.
Thank you very much, Sophia. Are there questions for Sophia from committee members? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Do we have another?
Well, there's an amendment for 182 if you want. Sorry.
Well, we do have from the department, Diana Fenton. Could you upload Diana as a participant and see if there's anybody else any kind of technical questions?
Thank you so much. Can you give one to Ralph? No, this is 136.
Yeah, I have it.
Oh.
Nothing. Diana on board yet?
There's an awful lot of noise coming from somewhere. I don't know if it's the people that are in the LOB with all the mics on or something, but I'm having a hard time. I don't know if anybody else is, but I'm hearing a lot of talking and not hearing the people who are supposed to be talking.
Sorry, it probably was me.
Jennifer Ford just dropped off some amendments for folks.
Mr. Representative Woodcock's amendments. We didn't have.
I had trouble with Representative Cordelli. I couldn't understand half of his testimony or report.
Hopefully that helps.
And, there are a couple people that were not muted that are now, so if you're not speaking, if you can mute that, would be great. Ms. Benton, thank you for speaking here at education. Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. I'm actually playing the role of Caitlin Davis today, so don't tell her that I'm playing the role of Caitlin Davis. We'll just keep it a secret within House Education. She'll never know. Thank you for having me. Caitlin was unable to make it today. So in terms of this bill, obviously the department does not take a position for or against, but there would be a financial implication of this bill. We would encourage there to be a fiscal note on this. DOE would have to modify the student information system to accommodate the collection of this new area of non-binary. To do that, we would have to pay a vendor to address the changes to the form. We would separately have to train schools and staff as to what this means, how to implement it, how to collect this information, how to submit it to the Department of Ed. We would also have to go through our current laws and our rules. A lot of them are ambiguous as to gender or sex. They use the terms interchangeably. We would have to look to see where that would need to be modified. We would also have to work with all the districts. Some of the districts would be able to implement this. Their vendors would pick this up, would address this change. Other schools would not, so we would have to spend some time working with them. Ultimately, just the need to plan and modify that system. Again, is it something the department could do, will do if the legislation passes? Yes, it is. But we would suggest that this bill have a fiscal note to figure out how this group would be reported out in its entirety. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fenton. Are there questions for Attorney Fenton?
Two hands raised.
Okay, yes, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Attorney Fenton. My question for you, Diana, is, are you aware of any other times that fields had to be changed in the student information system for any reason?
Thank you for the question, Representative Mullins. Nice to see you. I am not aware of that. Again, that's not an area that I work in on a daily basis. So let me do this. Let me talk to Caitlin Davis and get you an accurate answer to your question.
Excellent.
Again, has it probably happened in the past? I would suspect it has, but I'm hesitant to answer that question in the affirmative. So let me get that information and circle back to you.
That's great. I just, I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Are there other questions of Attorney Fenton? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Fenton, for being here. Disguised as you might be. You mentioned student information system. And I recall from other legislation that there are actually 4, 5, 6 other major systems. Special education comes to mind. Those might also require updating. Would I be correct?
Thank you for the question, Representative Cordelli. I believe you're correct, which is why we referenced the idea that we would need to look at our current laws and our current rules and the other forms to see how big this change will actually be. I think there are a lot of areas where we would have to implement this. Yes, that is potentially the situation. And I did just get a text message from Ms. Davis to answer Representative Mullins' questions. The answer is succinct. It is, yes, we have done those changes and it costs money. If you'd like any more detail than that, Representative Mullins, I'm happy to get you that information as well.
Mr. Chair, could I have permission to respond to that?
Let's go ahead, please.
Attorney Fenton, thank you so much for providing that information. And if you wouldn't mind following up by asking for an estimate on how much it costs, that would be great.
I'd be happy to do that. Thank you. And if I may, I think this is why a fiscal note would be prudent on this bill.
Okay, are there questions of Attorney Fenton?
Mr. Chair.
Representative Luna.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks very much, Attorney Fenton. Unless you know the answer to this, maybe this is another follow-up request, but the effective date on 136 is 60 days. And obviously that's from the time, a law gets signed by the governor. But what I guess, thinking practically, we want to have things in place at the start of the school year. Would it be practical? Would it be possible for the department to have things ready for the start of the 2021-2022 school year? Whether that's July 1st, 2021 or September 1st, 2021, if we could have some, I think, guidance from the department as to when those software changes, any other policy changes or rule changes to be implemented and in place.
Representative Luna, thank you so much for the question. I actually meant to address that in my testimony, so I very much appreciate you bringing that up. The effective date as it stands in the bill would not be workable for the Department of Ed. We would request at least a year in order to implement these changes. These changes are doable. We have done these similar changes in the past. However, I think it could have wide-reaching implications. I think this terminology that will have to be addressed is in a lot of areas of the work that the DOE does. And we will have to work very carefully with a vendor to implement these changes. We will have to work to change our forms, to train schools and to train staff. That's not to say we can't do it. We just have to recognize the lift that will be on DOE. So again, I appreciate the question, and I would request that there be an amendment to reflect the amount of work the department would have to do to implement the terms of this bill and to do it appropriately and not have it be rushed.
Thank you very much, Attorney Fenton. Are there further questions from the committee members for the DOE? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Diana.
Thank you for having me. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Next listed, we have Christopher Urchel scheduled to speak, and I see a Christopher in the attendees. I'm wondering if this is you. Well, Christopher, you've been promoted. Is that? Do I have to write this down?
Do you have it?
Yeah, he's gone. Okay, next, G. Ruska from ACLU. Analyst. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Ruska.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jeannie Haruska, and I'm the political director for the American Civil Liberties Union of New Hampshire. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify today in support of HB 136. All students deserve accurate and affirming documentation, including those who do not identify as male or female. For students who are non-binary, being stuck with M or F gender marker on school documents is discriminatory and can result in bullying and harassment. This discrimination can in turn trigger the distress of gender dysphoria. Managing this risk of discrimination can also lead many transgender and non-binary students to avoid participating fully in the school setting altogether. Schools should be affirming spaces where students are encouraged to be their full, authentic selves. We're encouraged by the growing number of New Hampshire schools that have adopted policies that specifically affirm trans students, with Manchester being just the latest. And we support HB 136 because the right of non-binary students to be affirmed should not depend on which school they go to. In 2019, the legislature enacted SB 263, which provided public school students with comprehensive non-discrimination protections and implemented one of the recommendations by the Governor's Advisory Council on Diversity and Inclusion. Since the enactment of SB 263, public schools are legally prohibited from discriminating against a student on the basis of gender identity. If a school is required and able to correct their records for a student whose gender identity is male or female, it must do the same for a student who is gender non-binary. The alternative is to blatantly discriminate against a student who is non-binary and to deny who they are. The notion that a person's identity is not real because it is not binary animates much of the discrimination that non-binary people face. I really listened closely to what the Department of Education said previously, and I would just note, we believe that SB 263, quite frankly, necessitates this legislation, and it's concerning that there haven't been these updates to software already to ensure compliance with SB 263. We were really proud of the legislature when it enacted SB 263 a couple of years ago, and we strongly urge this committee and this legislature to adopt HB 163 to realize the non-discrimination protections in SB 263. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of the person testifying right now from the ACLU? Not seeing any hands. Did you see your hand up?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
That's all that we had scheduled to testify. We do have several people in the attendee list with their hands raised. So would you like me to promote them?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. We have Nancy West. Go ahead, Ms. West. Zoom is playing games today, people. It isn't me, I promise. Okay, go ahead.
Did you just?
Oh, there she is. Okay, go ahead, Ms. West. You've been promoted.
Nancy West, are you there?
She's unmuted. Go ahead, Ms. West. All right, apparently she's having issues. We will promote Stephen Scare. Go back to housing, right? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Scare, you've been promoted. Welcome to education.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
You can.
My name is Stephen Scare, 111 East Hobart Street, Nashua, New Hampshire. Education Committee members, thank you for taking my request to speak. I beg you to reject HB 136 or any law that denies biological truths about boys and girls and teaches the lie that any child can be born in the wrong body. My niece was a brilliant but troubled woman who was bounced from house to house as she was growing up. Although she never had any signs of gender dysphoria, when she learned about transgenderism, she thought that would be the end of her anxiety and her depression, and at first it seemed like she was. When she announced that she was a boy, she became a local celebrity in her school, and the cross-sex hormones made her feel good at first. But as she grew older, she didn't want to move ahead with further surgeries, and she realized she couldn't have her old body back. She was stuck with post-secondary sexual characteristics, including the deep voice. She'd been talking about suicide, and then she died of an overdose shortly before. This is happening all over the US, especially with young girls who have trouble fitting in, girls on the autism spectrum, and those with anxiety disorders. They're being seduced by the trans craze and swept up by social media, peer influence, and irreversibly damaged. So please do all you can to protect other young women by rejecting any policy that forces other people to pretend that a confused girl is really a boy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Stephen. Are there any questions for Stephen? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. West, if you're there, you're still a participant. Just want to check before I put someone else. Can you hear us? Well, we do have Mr. Chris Urschel, scheduled to speak, and now you're here, so welcome to education.
Hello, Honorable Chairperson, members of the committee. Thank you. I've been here the whole time. When I was called earlier, for whatever reason, you couldn't find me, so I logged out and came back in. My name's Chris Urschel. I'm an attorney with GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders, also known as GLAD. We're New England's go-to legal advocacy organization for serving the LGBTQ community. I'm also a New Hampshire licensed attorney, although I am based in Boston, and I'm here to testify in support of HB 136. I just want to address a few things that came up so far in the hearing. First of all, I have not seen the amended language, so I want to put an asterisk that my testimony is in reference to the bill language that's available online. I want to echo a really important point that Representative Woodcock made earlier, which is that schools are going out of their way right now to make workarounds to accommodate the needs of students and to comply with their own policies and to comply with the law that Jeannie Hruska just described, which requires non-discrimination. And those workarounds are time intensive. They require a lot of attention from school administrators. They require people like me to show up and meet with and talk through issues with people at schools. And so the real expense is there, okay? I also want to address the question about whether there's a distinction between sex and gender. In the bill language that I am familiar with, the terms sex or gender is what appears in the language of the bill. And I want to emphasize a point, which is that there's no legal significance between, or no legally significant difference between the terms sex and gender. They're used interchangeably, and they're also used interchangeably outside of the legal context, including in schools and on school documents. You'll find school documents that refer to sex and documents that refer to gender, and they're used interchangeably. All right. Also, I want to take just a quick moment to provide a little bit of a framework for talking about who non-binary people are, because the term's unfamiliar to many people. The legal framework for talking about non-binary people is even less familiar. So let's start with the more familiar concept of transgender people. Transgender people are people who are assigned, whose assigned sex or natal sex doesn't match their gender identity. And virtually everyone is assigned a sex at birth, either male or female. And for people who are transgender, those don't line up. That doesn't line up with their gender identity. And some people experience a health condition known as gender dysphoria. So gender dysphoria is a condition. It's a serious health condition. It's recognized by the DSM-5, and it's defined as clinically significant distress caused by the mismatch between your assigned sex and your gender identity. So in other words, people who experience the health condition known as gender dysphoria are, generally speaking, transgender people. And fortunately, although gender dysphoria is a very medical condition, it's also really highly treatable. Every major medical association agrees on this point. Everyone, that the only appropriate treatment for gender dysphoria is gender transition. So in other words, transitioning to live consistent with your gender identity. That's the only treatment for the serious medical condition known as gender dysphoria. Okay, and treatment is highly individualized. It involves any combination of different treatment options for how a person transitions. But when we're talking about children, we're talking about social transition, okay? Social transition, and it's medical treatment that enables a person to live in their day-to-day lives consistent with their gender identity, okay? And that includes going to school and being recognized as your authentic self, but it also involves something I like to refer to as legal transition, which means updating identity documents and having, recognition that your name and the pronouns that you use and the markers on your identification documents are all consistent with your gender identity. So we typically think of transgender people as transitioning from male to female or from female to male, but as we know, there are other people who experience gender dysphoria whose gender identity is neither male nor female. And so the blanket term that we use to describe these people is non-binary. So having set that stage, I just want to remind everybody, this has already been stated, but just 2 sessions ago, New Hampshire enacted a comprehensive non-discrimination statute that applies to all public schools. And the statute includes protections on the basis of race, religion, sex, and gender identity. And among other things. That law applies to prohibit discrimination against non-binary students too, because that's their gender identity. Also in 2019, another bill became law that established the right for New Hampshire residents to obtain identification cards and driver's license that indicate a gender other than male and female. So an X marker on New Hampshire identification forms indicates that a person under the consultation of a medical care provider has transitioned to a gender identity that's outside the traditional male-female binary. When you take these laws together, it just leads to an inescapable conclusion that New Hampshire public schools must also recognize that some students have a non-gender or non-binary gender identity. But New Hampshire schools have already gone further. About half of New Hampshire students are already covered under school district policies that protect them from gender identity discrimination. In many cases, explicitly recognizing that some students are non-binary, or another term, gender non-conforming. Universally, nearly all of us, and everyone here on this committee and everybody listening agree on one important point, which is that every New Hampshire public school student must be granted equal education opportunities. And that's true regardless of their gender identity. And I know that equality is a really important priority for every single member of this committee. So non-binary students, like all students, they must be affirmed in their gender identity. It's not just the decent thing to do or the right thing to do. It's also the medically appropriate and medically necessary thing to do. Any medical care provider is who's competent and respected is going to tell you the same thing, that young people must be affirmed in their gender identity. This is true for transgender students. It's true for non-binary students. It's true for gender non-conforming students. So HB 136 brings us closer to that goal in a very simple and straightforward manner. It's not overly prescriptive. It simply directs school software and paperwork to provide a gender marker for students who identify neither as exclusively male nor as exclusively female, and the schools can take it from there. And so can the vendors, frankly. It's the responsibility of the vendors that the school contracts with to accommodate the needs of the students that they serve. This bill is simple. It causes no harm to anybody. And it might mean a world of difference to the health, safety, and well-being of the students whose gender identity is non-binary. Schools already have this obligation to treat non-binary students with respect, to treat them equally, to be trained to do so. Those obligations already exist, and this law doesn't change any of that. There's no justification for voting against this bill, and I strongly urge everyone in the committee to vote ought to pass. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Very much, Chris. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Cordell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for being here. You mentioned gender markers, gender identities, and we've had testimony in the past in other legislation as to the number of different identities to which people might identify. If we were making a software change, is there a list of valid identities that would be put into a computer database? Would that just be a one-digit code, or how would that work, do you think?
Oh, so I think that's a really important question, and thank you for raising it. People's gender identities are any number of things. People can identify in any multitude of ways, and in fact, language is constantly evolving and changing. So to answer your question, no, none of that is necessary. It's not necessary to accommodate every conceivable way that a person might identify themselves. What's important is to recognize that some students, most students, identify as male or female, and then some students don't. And those students deserve to be able to like have recognition of the fact that their gender identity isn't encompassed by that male or female binary. As conventions change and language evolves, there's no reason to imagine that we need to identify every single student exactly with the marker that they identify as, because we just need to understand that not all students identify as male or female. What this bill does is it says that there's male gendered students, there's female gendered students, and then there are students who are not either. That's all.
Thank you very much. Our further question, Representative Moffitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Attorney Urso, for taking my question. As you're probably aware, there is also detransition and retransition, and some youngsters, their identity changes even if they're already binary. So my question is, as you look at this legislation, if the software is put in place, would it accommodate a youngster who undergoes retransition or detransition?
Well, I'm going to answer that by, well, first, just I want to say that, you know, you bring up the term detransition. That term actually applies to a very, very small number of people who go through a medical transition and then decide later that that is not what works for them in their lives. And in many cases, the reason that those people, usually adults, decide to detransition is because they experience great discrimination, great levels of discrimination, as most transgender people do operating in the day-to-day world. And therefore, you know, decide that what's best for them is to detransition. And for those people, they have every right to do that. But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is acknowledging students based on how they identify with a gender marker. And if your question is whether a student might change from M to F and then to X in the future, yes, that is something that could possibly happen. Is that disruptive, or does that interfere with the way school systems operate? No, it doesn't. This is a very simple way to accommodate students who are at an age when they're learning to understand their gender identity.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions of Mr. Urschel? Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, last hand I see is Susan Stearns. She's from Miami. Welcome to education. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Susan Stearns, and I'm the Deputy Director for NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I'm actually here in the place of our Executive Director, Ken Norton, who was called away. On behalf of NAMI New Hampshire, I am testifying in support of House Bill 136. While I think many of us may feel, of a certain age, many of us may feel that the visibility of this variety across the gender spectrum seems relatively recent in our lives. What we really are seeing is that the acceptance and the willingness for folks, especially young people, to disclose that variety on the gender spectrum is what has changed. It's not that that gender spectrum didn't exist previously, but that acceptance is starting to come into being. However, even as we have greater numbers of people who are disclosing their true gender identities, it doesn't change the challenges that many of our young transgender and non-binary folks go through. Many youth who are transgender or are non-binary are rejected, even by their immediate family. They are often bullied at school, as we have heard. And there is an alarming increase of violence in our society against transgender and gender non-conforming individuals in recent years. which leads many youth to feel unsafe. Because of this oppression and lack of acceptance for many of these young folks, they are indeed at greater risk of suicidal thoughts and actions. Research indicates transgender people are twice as likely to think about or attempt suicide than individuals who identify with the sex that they were assigned at birth. One 2018 study by the American Academy of Pediatrics found an increased risk level in transgender and non-binary youth that found the highest rates for attempted suicide were by transgender men and non-binary youth at 50.8% and 41.8% respectively. While these statistics are disturbing, it's very important to note that there are very simple things that can be done to reduce these high percentages and improve overall health and well-being for these young folks. One of them are endeavors like House Bill 136. There was a study performed at the University of Texas at Austin that found that when transgender and gender non-conforming youth were able to use their chosen name, the name they chose to identify their true gender, their risk of mental health conditions and suicide decreases. In fact, the study found that amongst these youth who were able to use their chosen name, they experienced 71% fewer symptoms of severe depression, a 34% decrease in suicidal ideation, and a 65% decrease in suicide attempts. As the mother of a now adult non-binary individual who once sat in an ICU next to them after a suicide attempt, I can't tell you how it heartens me to hear such simple things might prevent another mother from having to experience the same thing. So if the simple act of allowing someone to use their chosen name can reflect a drastic improvement in their mental health, then surely their ability to disclose their gender identity on official documents can make much the same impact. As we've heard, New Hampshire now allows you to do that on your driver's license and official identification. Surely schools where our children spend the bulk of their time, or once this pandemic is over, we hope they're back to spending the bulk of their time, is an important place for them to be able to identify as non-binary, transgender, as their true authentic selves. To a transgender or gender non-conforming person, the reflection of their gender on official documents and can play a significant role in their self-esteem and their emotional well-being. NAMI New Hampshire believes that the passage of HB 136 is an effective step toward reducing suicidal thoughts and behaviors. We ask you vote to pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stearns. Are there questions for Ms. Stearns? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With this, we have no more folks to testify on this bill, so I am going to close this hearing for HB 136. Do we have the number of folks, the data there?
Yep. Representative Shaw, maybe you could just double check. I have 254 in support.
254 supporting.
92 opposed.
92 opposed.
1 neutral.
1 neutral.
And testifying.
I have 8.
And 8 testifying. Thank you. Also, Madam Clerk, I see that Representative Doug Knight is present, so we can mark him as here on the attendance.
Yes, I have.
Just give us the high sign. Thank you very much. Also, for the committee regarding, we've now closed 136. I've been informed that for us to gather a fiscal note, and we've been encouraged to do so by the Department of Education, we need to have a committee vote to do so, requiring the LBA to get that fiscal note from the Department of Education. This is quoting an RSA 14:46, Roman 5, small a. 14:46, Roman 5, small a. We can get that fiscal note quickly if we take a vote right now today, or we can delay it. And if we want a fiscal note, which I believe we should, as a result of what Attorney Fenton was suggesting, we could have a motion to direct myself to request a fiscal in LBA. That's open to the committee now to discuss. I won't want to discuss it too long, but because we have a number of bills, but that's the way it works. Representative Luno, is that hand up or down?
Yeah, no, it's up. It's a parliamentary inquiry of the chair. So thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Just wondering what the request of a fiscal note would mean in terms of the status of 136. And given the fact that some House deadlines have already come and passed, if requesting a fiscal note now would somehow imperil this bill going forward.
I would suggest that it most likely would not, seeing what Mr. Woodcock, Representative Woodcock has mentioned, that if there is a cost factor, it's probably very insignificant. However, I think that it will be determined if we can get something from Caitlin Davis as quickly as possible. I can't see any reason why it should not take long, and we have a deadline for these bills, which has been extended to get bills out. So if we get that back, we could have that brought back to our attention here and have it available for an executive session.
So just to follow up on that, Mr. Chair, just to be completely clear, and you know, I'm in the mindset here that let's get started on this now, knowing that it's going to take a little bit that it could take a little bit of time to do. I wouldn't want to see this bill in any way derailed procedurally. So should we get confirmation from the clerk or the speaker's office that getting a fiscal note would not create a problem?
Well, to respond to that, Dave, I've just been informed by the LBA that in order for them to do something, they have to have the committee recommending that it be done, seeing that it's not something that's gone forward out of committee yet. I would suggest that, you know, once the next bill I have to testify, 182, but upon that, I will immediately call the LBA and say, we have this committee vote. I'd like to have it sent directly over to Caitlin Davis and have them start working on it. So that gives us a couple of weeks here to, well, what's the date we have to have these things done by? April 1st. So April 1st is the deadline to get that in. I believe that it can be done, and I will encourage them to do so, seeing that this bill, I understand the need. So I guess that's all I can assure you on right now.
Okay, thank you very much, Rick.
Mr. Chair, a point of inquiry, please.
Go ahead, Linda.
We've had other really big bills come through that have had no fiscal note to them, have nothing filled in. And the information that we were told was that it would just go on to the fiscal committee as a second committee and could be decided there. And I'm wondering why all of a sudden we have a bill that we need a definite number for. Why can't this just go through as needing a fiscal note and let the fiscal committee do it? I mean, I don't understand that.
Well, for one, we've gone by that early date. We did request fiscal notes on, there was one bill which we had on the cost of advocacy, and as a result of getting that late, when we did get the fiscal note, it didn't work, and that's why it didn't go forward. I recognize that it should have had a fiscal note most likely, but it doesn't. But now it's not going to go to fiscal, seeing that those issues are already been dropped on their doorstep. I think that if it comes back, the fiscal note is very light, which I expect it to be, then we can move forward. In bills like that, where it's not a heavy-duty fiscal note, oftentimes it's not even sent to fiscal for their review. So that's where we stand on it right now.
What, another question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So thanks. So information that I received from Caitlin Davis back in September of 2020, and this was specific to House Bill 1163, which the same subject of this. Ms. Davis estimates that it would take around $20,000 worth of contractor hours to update the data collection, reporting, warehousing systems at the department, and that the costs to school districts would really be de minimis, because if the state requires it, then they will update the system free of charge. So that's the student information systems on there. I'm just wondering if maybe there's no fiscal note because of the the relative financial impact. I mean, I think we've heard that below a certain bar, the LBA just doesn't do fiscal notes. And would it be sufficient to maybe get this information, for the committee to get this information directly from Ms. Davis, since we know they rely on the department for drafting the notes, so that it basically becomes information from the department on the cost impact of this, and this committee can make can look at that when it comes to executive session, rather than all of a sudden this bill being retitled with an FN and potentially having to go to a second committee after that deadline is passed.
We can do that. We can go right to Caitlin, and we've done that before. However, when it comes time where there's been a recommendation, and the recommendation was made by the Department of Education in this hearing, we can get that fiscal note rapidly, but we're not, and LBA will not accept a fiscal analysis based upon what we get from DOE. Unfortunately, it's got to go through LBA and provide it to us. That can be done quickly. It's just, I offered that as an option here and to expedite the bill. If we delay today, we're just slowing it down. I cannot request LBA fiscal note until we've gone through the formal voting on it to request that as a total committee. That's according to that RSA. That's what we were told already today by LBA.
No, I get that, Mr. Chair. I'm just suggesting whether that's really necessary, and if there's an alternative, more expeditious path, given the $20,000 estimate that I have in writing from Ms. Davis, and the no cost to school districts, that would be a better way to, a more expeditious way to proceed. That's all I'm suggesting.
Representative Heath, do you have your hand up? Yes.
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. On a yearly basis, the Department of Education normally has to do updates just based on any number of things. It just seems a little bit unfair to attach one particular thing to a separate fiscal note in order to update a system that usually, because of legislation passed during a session year, they have to update anyway. So it would be my thought that this would just be part of the usual and customary updates that the Department of Education normally has to do in the course of doing business with the New Hampshire legislature. Thank you for taking my question.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Looking back on my notes on House Bill 1163 last year, the department also suggested that a fiscal note be obtained, and we had the same recommendation just today. So I think that is the proper way to proceed, and all it takes is a committee vote and a request to the LBA.
Okay, is there anybody willing to put forth a motion? If not, we will not have a fiscal note. Representative Cordelia, you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move that the House Education Committee request a fiscal note for House Bill 1163, excuse me, 136, in accordance with RSA 14:46, Roman 5.
Is there a second? Representative Howard, you second that? Okay, there's discussion on that now. If not, yes, Representative Woodcock.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Representative Ladd. It's breaking up. We're bouncing here.
Here, your sound on or something?
Number of breaths here.
Maybe everybody else.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just trying to find out the initial part of Representative Cordeli's motion. I couldn't hear. I just want to be accurate on it, please. If you have the clerk repeat it.
I would like to move that the House Education Committee request a fiscal note on House Bill 136 in accordance with RSA 14:46, Roman 5.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I just wondered if Attorney Fenton is still here.
She is.
I'd like to ask her a question, if I could, about this.
Go ahead, if she's there.
Okay. We passed a bill that became law, 193:38, that is a non-discrimination law affecting public schools. On some level, I was just thinking, I'm surprised that the Department of Education didn't, when that bill came through and became law, didn't actually update their systems then. I heard Representative Heath say that they update the systems regularly, and it would seem to me that they would have done that at that time. Do you have any information about that, Attorney Fenton?
She's on my back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you for the question. I'm somewhat limited in information because I am just testifying on behalf of Caitlin Davis, as you know. I don't know if we do updates to our system every year. What I can tell you is that we anticipate, because we simply don't have the software, we would have to contract with a vendor. Now, we've done that in other instances. We would do that in this case, if need be. I'm not sure, Representative Tanner, I missed part of your question when I was being updated to a panelist. I'm not sure what law you were referring to. If you could just repeat that.
Sure. 193:38. It was went into law. We passed the bill last term, and it describes non-discrimination in public schools. And this bill, is just kind of a follow-up with parents' requests. I would have thought that the State Department of Education would have updated their software in response to a non-discrimination bill like that, just to protect themselves from possible lawsuits. And I was wondering if we had any information about whether they had or had not. Thank you.
Thank you for the question and the clarification. To the best of my knowledge, 193:38 did not require an update to our systems. I will double check on that to make sure that I'm accurate in that response. It was in speaking with Caitlin Davis, she's the one who recommended that there be a fiscal note, just so we can really flush out what this would look like. That suggestion came directly from her. And again, I just want to reiterate, we have updated our systems before. We will continue to do so. I don't know if it's done annually, but certainly Representative Heath is correct. When there's legislative change, we certainly take that on. The information I just wanted to convey to the committee today was that we would have to work with a vendor and pay that vendor to make those changes, and to just be cognizant that there would be other fiscal implications just in terms of training schools and staff, and just the undertaking it would be.
Okay, further discussion from Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question to Attorney Fenton. Attorney Fenton, so if the department is in the practice of updating software and training on any legislative changes that come out, has this issue ever been raised in the past, the cost of updating the software? I mean, I've been around for a few years now, and I don't remember addressing the cost of updating the software of the department based on any legislation other than this.
Thank you for the question. It is always a concern for the department in terms of us being aware of what impact it will have on us internally. It might be something that we have become more aware of in current years moving forward, recognizing that some of these changes do require significant undertakings. So, you know, internally, it's something that we have talked about, Representative Mullen. Does it always equate to a fiscal note? Perhaps not. That might just be more of a best practices that we've undertaken recently, because sometimes what happens is we will not, and I'm not talking about this bill in particular, but in general, once the laws are passed, we then have an opportunity to say, oh, okay, what is this going to require for the department to do to effectuate this bill? And as a best practice, we are now trying to address those earlier in the process and identify what it will take. I will just refer back to Representative Luno's question of the effective date. And that's something that, again, not in this bill, but in other bills, has caught us sometimes to say, gosh, we need a longer period of time, a longer runway, if you will, to implement this bill. And so these are some things the department is trying to be more proactive on, identifying some issues as the legislation works its way through the system to say, you know what, we're going to need more funding, more support, more time here, so that at the end we can implement the bill as the legislature has envisioned.
Thank you very much. I'm going to not have any more discussion on this. We're falling farther behind on the hearings today. So we do have a motion on the floor, and the motion is to, in accordance with RSA 114:46, Roman 5, to request from the LDA a fiscal note referencing HB 136. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Bell?
No.
Representative Allard?
Yes.
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 Yes. Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Andrews?
Yes.
Representative Leon?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yeah.
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Actually, I'll take it. No.
Well, you're voting out for Representative Heath for you, right?
Muted.
Representative Luna, was that for you or for Representative Heath?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it since I'm deputy ranking for
She's
now.
trying to say no, but she's muted.
It's on her.
I'm voting, Heath votes no.
Okay, gotcha. Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Ellison?
No.
Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Lay?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Ladd.
Yes.
Deadlocked.
Okay, it's a deadlock vote on that, so basically what I'm gonna do is, I'm supposed to take the positive on that, and the positive would be to seek a fiscal note. So go ahead, Representative Hobson.
Yeah, I was just wondering who requested the fiscal note in the first place? I mean, we weren't talking about it in this committee room. I feel like it was someone on Zoom, but I can't remember who it was.
I think Representative.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So what was the vote on that?
10-10.
Motion fails.
10-10, so motion fails. Tie vote, motion fails.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will not seek a fiscal note. I'm not gonna go in front, I'm just trying to move us along in the hearing process here. Fails.
Thank you.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
This is Oliver Ford. I didn't get to vote, and I don't know whether it's something to do with my computer or what.
You're not visible.
You voted yes.
I can't, I'm having trouble with my computer. And I suspect that somehow not having my picture on the screen means I don't get to vote.
Called your name, sir, and I understood an answer of yes.
Yeah, but he's correct. We have,
I would have voted yes, yes.
but that will count because we cannot see his image. But
I can see all of you, but you can't see me, and I don't know how to fix it.
Oh,
Representative Ford, I sent you an email. If you check that and try to follow those instructions, I think you'll be able to get sorted out.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Motion fails. We're going to go ahead with HB 182.
I understand now what you're talking about. Please.
Yeah. I'm going to hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli, as I will be introducing the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll open the hearing on House Bill 182 relative to the approval of coursework completed at other approved schools. And let's recognize Chairman Ladd to introduce the bill.
Thank you very much. This is a bill which, for the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, New Hampshire, and I'm here to introduce and support HB 182. We've heard this in the last session. This bill is coming back modified, and there is an amendment which everybody should be in possession of. It's 06908, and I will speak to that amendment. In that amendment, if you're looking at it, approval of courses and programs, it reads, the principal or other administrator of a high school shall grant credit toward high school graduation, and as it read initially, for courses and programs completed at other approved schools. The changes to that language reads as follows. The principal or other administrator of a high school shall grant credit toward high school graduation for similar courses and programs that have been satisfactorily completed at other approved schools, or shall provide reasonable justification for denial. That particular language, those changes, is an exact replication of what we have for students under the military compact, which we have, RSA 110-D:8, Roman 1. That language is exactly as it stands there. I did not include any of the other language where that can be appealed, or that it can be, then you can have some other kind of an assessment as we had in previous years. This simply says that if it's denied, then reasonable justification for the denial shall be provided. That's the only change to the bill. And for purposes of this section, approved schools include all New Hampshire public schools, charter public schools, public academies, approved public or private tuition program schools, and all schools in Vermont and Maine that are members of the interstate school district with schools in New Hampshire. In other words, the interstate compacts which we have. So I'm going to conclude my presentation because we are in a tight timeframe here. I think most of us are all familiar with this language and the intent of this bill from previous years, and the changes come from current statute for children of military families. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I see one hand so far, Representative Ellison.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Ladd, for taking my question. Would this include, the bill include programs, courses that were authorized under the Learn Everywhere program?
It says completed at other approved schools. Those courses, as I see it, are not school.
Okay. Thank you.
Well,
I do not see any other. Excuse me, Mary, Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking at this bill and based on what you just said, does the principal of the school retain the right to deny credit award? And my understanding from what you just said, that if in fact the student does not agree, they have the right to appeal. Does this change allow the local school district to retain their authority? Is my question.
Okay, the appeal process that we had in previous years is gone. What this does, it basically says, and it's exactly what it says in the military compact for kids moving in that have been in DOD schools or some other location, that if the course is similar to a course that's available, that should help the principal or that principal's designee to determine whether they're going to give credit towards graduation based upon the course we offer in the receiving school. If you decide that it does not satisfactorily complete what you have identified as your program in your high school, then it can be denied. But it doesn't say there's any appeal process. It shall provide reasonable justification for denial. In other words, you have to explain. In this course that you took, it did not contain this, and this, and that's something we have to teach in our course here. Or it might be that the principal or designate provides some kind of assessment. They don't have to do that, and the child doesn't, achieve competency. There's another reason why it would be denied, and that's reasonable.
If I may, Mr. Chair?
See.
Could I just have a yes or no answer with regard to the retention of the authority of the local school district over the awarding of credits? Is it a yes or no?
The yes is for the school district to determine whether they're going to accept it or not accept it.
Thank you.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli, and thank you, Representative Ladd, for taking my question. My question this time around is the same as it was the last time we dealt with this bill, and that is over the word program. Different schools and different personnel define the word program in specific ways. And I'm just wondering if you can tighten for me the understanding of what this bill considers a program to be. Is it a credit-bearing program? Or I feel like it's a little ambiguous, and I'm wondering what the definition of the word program is.
Some programs are terms which are used in the military compact as well. So we would be using the same definitions that they use, and programs, we know there's programs oftentimes that are provided through career technical education systems. We have programs built into our advocacy law. It would be basically the same definition that exists in statute now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Representative Tanner.
Thank you for taking my question. I was wondering, because I'm not that super familiar with the military code, when under their code, do they accept programs and credits from, well, it wouldn't be credits, but from schools for tuition only? Schools that don't have a formal graduation or aren't accredited, do they accept from just anybody?
I'm just a little bit lost in your question in here. For those of us which were here years ago when the military compact was put together, this is the same used in 50 states across the country. It's common for those that have their kids in independent schools, or the kids are in a school that could be a public school in the location where their mom or dad is in the military. It could be in Europe someplace or Africa someplace. And they transfer often, and this is trying to facilitate so kids don't lose graduation credit or don't lose the time. In other words, we don't want to see kids in school having to make up a whole year. So this is a process which has been in place for years across this country, just trying to get a similar process in place for kids of non-military parents.
Can I just have a follow-up on that?
Proceed, please.
So my question is, basically, who does the military accept credits or programs from? Is it you said that public schools, public academies, approve public or private tuition program schools, and as far as I understand, in New Hampshire, we have schools that are approved that are for attendance only, and they really don't have standards or approved programs. And we're also dealing with competency-based assessments. So I'm wondering about the transfer from that, whether the military accepts programs from those types of schools. It seems like the Department of Education in the military is pretty strict about their standards, and their education system is very good.
Yes, I'm aware of this, and I was in a state which at one point in time, 50% of the people living there were in the military, and so we had a lot of transparency amongst students. Many of the students there attended public schools within the community that were approved by that State Department or by the local municipality in the state in which they live. So the standards which we have set up for charter public schools, public academies, approved public and private tuition program schools, and agreements with Vermont and Maine, those same standards that we have for these receiving schools I would imagine be required of the school that's sending to these schools. And if they're not, then that gives cause for the principal to say, I'm not going to accept that course.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ballard, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm getting a sense that we're drifting a bit here because the military compact refers to the children, dependent children of military service members as they move from state to state, locale to locale, not relating to the military and the acceptance of credits for military purposes.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Representative Thompson.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So in our high school, students were able to take advantage of extended learning opportunities and ELOs. You could get credit on outside experiences. You would put together like a little portfolio and it would be reviewed by the school and you could get school credit for that. Is that similar to what you're referring to, Michelle?
If it's approved by the administrator in the facility that you're talking about, then they've gone through to match that up with the standards that they require for that particular course or program.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, Representative Blake, last minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking the question.
I'm new to the committee, obviously, so I don't have the deep background everybody else does, but precisely what current problem is this bill addressing? Because everything I'm hearing is that I am not hearing any evidence that there is any problem with the current system as it exists. So what problem is this addressing?
Well, I can give you a personal, a situation that I experienced with my own kid. I moved from one state to another state. He took U.S. history in an accredited school in the state of Maine, in the city of Rumford, Maine. When he moved to the district that I was in, and of course, the accrediting organization there was the Northwest Association of Schools and Colleges, but because he took it as a freshman, and they offered it as at another level, and which was a sophomore, and he came in as a sophomore and didn't want to have to take the U.S. history course again. They made him do so. They would not accept that credit that he had from the sending school, which was for, basically, when I looked at the syllabus for both locations, almost exactly the same. But it wasn't in their sequence in which they taught, and they were basically looking to fill some seats up in the classroom.
Thank you. Just a follow-up on that. Thank you for the one personal experience. Do you have any other wider evidence of a problem?
We do know that there's been situations in this state where you take a course through VLAC, not been accepted by the receiving school.
And is that currently in the power of the local district to make that decision?
Yes.
And what does this change then, this bill?
It would give more thrust to saying, why was this course denied? Why was it from the Virtual Learning Academy that's approved school in our state here, and you're now transferring to Community X? Why are you rejecting this, Mr. Principal or designee?
So the only change then would be that it is simply asking the principal or designee to offer an explanation for the rejection. That is the only change being contemplated here.
Also got what the military has placed in it, similar courses. And these similar courses that VLAX has, they match the standards which we have for this state in certain subject areas. I would think that would cause themselves if it were saying there's not a justifiable reason for rejecting that course.
One final thing. We seem to be referring constantly back to the military compact, but I have no understanding of that whatsoever, and no familiarity with it whatsoever. And it strikes me that many members of the committee do not. Should we not then examine that military compact and all the details and possible implications of that before we go ahead with this bill, since we seem to be relying upon that a great deal? Thank you.
My answer to you is no.
Thank you.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you for taking my question. So if in this case, somebody takes a VLAX course and the local principal denies the credit for that particular course, what's the procedure? The principal then, or the person in charge, maybe a superintendent, makes a reasonable justification. Who adjudicates whether that is reasonable, and who makes the final decision on this?
The principal made that final decision.
Excuse me? I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
I'm saying that there is no course to get it adjudicated. The principal makes that decision in that building whether that course is going to be accepted or not accepted.
Okay, Representative Cornell. I probably have the final question.
As a final, just a follow up on that. So basically, it would just be the parents that could then take the reasonable justification and pursue anything for that to say, that you need to accept this course.
I don't understand where we're going with this. Basically, what we're trying to establish that if a course is rejected by a principal, then they provide a reasonable justification to the parent for that denial.
Okay, thank you. Representative Cornell, more questions?
Yes. Thank you for taking my question. I think I remember last year when it came up that there were places that were not accepting VLAX courses. We couldn't find an example of any place that had said no to VLAX, and I don't know if that's changed. Every place that we looked at did accept the VLAX credits. I don't know of any place that doesn't.
Is there a question in there?
Yes, can you give me examples of places that don't accept VLAX credits?
When we communicated with the Department of Education, the department mentioned there were some communities that had not. They did not give me the specific communities, and I'm not going to ask them to do that. That's something between the Department of Education and those communities.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will move on to the next person who's requested to testify, the Honorable David Dory. If you're all set.
Thank you. Was that me, Mr. Chairman? I had a little trouble understanding.
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my testimony. Good morning to the House Education Committee. My name is David Doherty. I live in Pembroke. And I did write a letter to the committee about this bill, which I hope you all received. And I think that explains my position on it. Unfortunately, I did not have access to the amendment, so I can't really speak to that. So I apologize for that. But just in terms of my objection, I'll just highlight some of my objections and go from there. I think this bill represents, legislative overreach and micromanaging. I think the system that's in place right now works. Schools, most schools, as far as I know, all schools in the state of New Hampshire try to give credit to students where credit is due. Occasionally, there might be exceptions to that case, and because of local circumstances, I think that any decision by typically counselors do the initial input on that, and then it may go to a principal, and if there's some question about it, it can always go up to the school board. I think there's a chain of command that would take care of all the situations. I can't say I've ever had any experience in terms of military credits, but I do know that I did deal with VLAX when it was first initiated in the state and always accepted credits for kids that was earned through that institution. So I'll just wrap it up by saying that I'd like to encourage the committee to ITL this bill. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
May I speak just 1 second?
Oh, I'm sorry.
David, I'm sending you a screenshot of the amendment.
Great. Thank you. And I think we have one more person who wanted to testify, Ms. Wilson of the School Boards Association. I think I'm are you there?
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Sure.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Becky Wilson. I am the Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. I did forward a copy of my written testimony, and many of the points have already been covered, so I'll try not to take up too much of your time. NHSBA is in opposition to House Bill 182 as it's written. It does seem to not designate why credits would be looking to be granted. The military compact, which is being referenced quite often, obviously speaks to a very specific situation where military families are moving from district to district or state to state. This does not really designate why a student would be looking for credits to be transferred from one school to another. If it's for residency purposes, families are moving, that certainly makes some sense. But I don't quite understand in the bill, we can't quite understand why, what other reason a student would be seeking to add credit from some other program. The word programs is also still not really defined in terms of whether or not that applies to just approved school programs or whether there's other programs that students might be seeking to transfer credits from one to another. And reasonably justified for denial is also not defined. I think that most schools would, if they are going to deny a student to be able to transfer in a credit, would be looking to make sure that they knew what would be considered a reasonable justification to deny something like that. And it's unclear what situations this would really apply to. It does seem like an awfully broad bill for what could be a pretty narrow or specific situation that hasn't been addressed through some other legislation or other RSAs that are already in place. And it does contradict RSA 189(1)A, Roman numeral 2, the school board's authority over its own programs. And I think that's to the point that some of the other people that have spoken on this bill already today might have already referenced. And I just want to close by saying I agree that most districts in New Hampshire, I don't think this is really an issue for students when they move in. Counselors are very attentive and put a lot of time and care into transferring a student from one district to another district, especially at the high school level when there's so much at stake in terms of credits. There's a lot of conversation that happens between school districts to make sure that students are meeting the right competencies, that they're placed in classes that are going to cover competencies that maybe the student hasn't already been exposed to. And not all courses cover the same competencies from one district to another. So there's a lot of care that's put into that process. And with that, I'd just close and say I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, Representative Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Wilson, for joining us this morning. So beyond the issue that you just brought up with regards to competencies for, a course in one high school in New Hampshire, not necessarily being the same as competencies for a similar course offered in another high school. Aside from that difference, do high schools across the state do they all have the same graduation requirements, or can they have different graduation requirements?
No, every local school board is responsible for setting their own graduation requirements in order to earn a school district diploma from that particular district. There's obviously core requirements that are required and mandated across the state, but many schools offer different levels of diplomas, different types of diplomas, different focus in terms of that. You can get an arts diploma or New Hampshire Scholars Diploma. There's many different requirements for students across the state. So each district is responsible for making sure that their program of studies is going to allow students the opportunity to earn their specific diploma.
So a follow-up on that, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
So thanks, Ms. Wilson, for that. So how would it work then where a course taken at one high school would have to be accepted as a credit towards high school graduation by another high school? How would that even work?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I think for the most part, credits are awarded towards graduation. The place where sometimes there's some disagreement is in terms of what requirement that credit may meet. And I think that's where sometimes this conversation might fall down a bit. In looking at competencies from one course in one school to competencies for another course at a different school, they may fall under different graduation requirements. And sometimes what's considered quote, a core competency or a core course at one high school might be considered an elective type credit at a different school. So it's not that the student wouldn't get the credit. It's just it may not be applied in the same category or in the same way to the new school. So the way that this particular bill reads as well, I mean, I think there's a good opportunity that you would have students, unless they're moving, again, for residency purposes, if it has nothing to do with that, you may have students who are earning far more credits, so to speak, in the elective categories, but it may not necessarily shorten or change the student's four-year plan for graduation.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson.
Seeing no other hands, we will move on to our next person to testify.
That would be Carl Ladd from the New Hampshire. Welcome to education.
Thank you, Representative Hobson. By the end of the session, you'll get it. For the record, my name is Carl Ladd. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. NHSAA is opposed to this bill. We haven't seen the amended language, so obviously I'm going to be speaking from the language that's been posted for the public to read, though I certainly understand Representative Ladd's intent. One of the things I would just like to say, one of the differences between the military families that are moving around and students within our own state, military students may have very limited choices based on their parent posting of what kinds of educational opportunities are available to them. So it's both fair and reasonable, I think, to provide more latitude in accepting credits. This is a different situation, although to some extent you could argue that transients could be analogous. But I do have some questions about this bill. If this denial by the principal is, there has to be a justification with that. If a justification is provided, would that then be appealable to the State Board of Education? My sense is that the State Board of Education would say yes. The local school board would probably say no. And it should be public information which schools do not accept VLAX credits. This should not be a mystery to anyone. I'm only aware of one school district that had a policy excluding VLAX credits early on when VLAX was first created. And that's constantly being used to justify Learn Everywhere and this type of legislation. And that district has long since changed their policy. So that problem no longer exists. And so my sense is that what you're trying to fix with this legislation has already been fixed. Principals and guidance counselors already do the work outlined in this bill. No one wants to have students take courses over if it's not necessary. I really think that this is a bill, and with all due respect to Representative Ladd, there are a lot of things that have changed in public schools, probably since your son transferred from Maine to Alaska. So my guess is that, we're already doing this work. This looks like a bill that's in search of a problem to fix when there is no problem currently in this state dealing with the acceptance of credits. So with that, I'd end my testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ladd. Any questions from the committee? Representative Cornell.
Thank you for taking my questions. So as far as you know, Dr. Ladd, there is no high school in New Hampshire that does not accept VLAX classes.
To my knowledge, there are none.
Okay, thank you very much.
See no further.
Rep P has the hand raised. Rep P.
Oh, Representative P.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Dr. Ladd, for taking my question. It's good to hear your voice. A question to you is in relation to rulemaking authority. Do you believe that if this bill were to pass, that the Department of Education could, in fact, impose rules that would require an overly harsh process that school districts would have to follow in order to make a denial in relation to a particular course?
Thank you for the question, Representative Heath. I would imagine that the department would request such a stance from the State Board of Education, and that they would enter into rulemaking. We saw that a couple of years ago when a fairly innocuous bill provided the opening for the Department of Education to put forward the Learn Everywhere program, and that to become part of rules when it was not the intent of the original legislation that enabled it. So as much as I certainly appreciate Representative Ladd's desire to fix something, I just think that this could end up being a much broader issue than it currently is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ladd. I think we have one more person to testify.
Ripley Delmar. Panelists, welcome to education.
You're all set, Brady?
Yes, hi. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. In deference to time, respecting all of your time, and as a result of the very eloquent testimony offered this morning by Ms. Wilson and Dr. Ladd, I don't need to repeat many of the points you've already heard. I think I would just like to echo that this specific legislation almost appears to undermine the current processes that exist. Really a collaborative effort of the review of transcripts is highly collaborative exercise involving multiple staff members, sending schools, with the end goal of being that we're focused on the students and the quality of their experiences and the learning outcomes that we aspire for collectively. Many districts already have, as Dr. Carl stated, very clear policies that are very transparent for members of the community to understand what's transferable and what is not relative to credits. And, you know, I have grave concerns about our lack of definition of what justification represents. If a school principal is to make the determination that denial of credits is justified, it seems rather vague as to then what next steps could be taken on behalf of a party to overturn that decision. And so for these reasons, we as an organization oppose this bill. And again, I know I kind of cut in a little late. So Brady Bellamere, Executive Director, New Hampshire Association of School Principals. And I'm happy to take questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Oh, sure, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ludo.
So thanks very much, and thanks, Ms. Bellamere, for joining us this morning. I was taking some notes while you were talking, so apologize if I missed this, but you know, we've had some conflicting testimony so far this morning, with Representative Ladd saying that the Department of Education actually has a list of schools that do not accept VLAX credit, and Dr. Carl Ladd indicating that that he's not aware of any school that does not accept VLAX credit. And I was just wondering if you can weigh in on one side or the other on that that conflict in the evidence.
Certainly. Thank you for the question, Representative Luno. I believe Ms. Wilson did allude to the fact that in rare instances, some of VLAX credits may be considered electives in some districts versus competency-based transferable. And I think that is, in my analysis and in conversations with people in the field, really the only issue that that we have heard, and it's very rare. So again, you know, this is why I have concerns that we're trying to address the exception rather than the rule by proposing this piece of legislation.
Okay, thank you very much.
See no further questions. I thank everybody, and we'll close the hearing on House Bill 182. And I will turn the reins back over to Chairman Ladd.
Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to go ahead with our next bill, which is HB 276, relative to availability of menstrual hygiene products in schools. And with that, I'd like to welcome the sponsor of the bill, Representative Edwards. Is he there on the? See Representative Aaron?
I don't see her either. We are at an hour or an hour late for this testimony, so. Anybody else?
No, Representative Priddle O'Brien. Probably what we can do, because they're not here, we could see, is there anybody in the queue to testify in that waiting?
Keep with your hands up.
Yeah, I don't recognize them as sponsored.
Right. And I think Bruno O'Brien is here.
Excuse me?
I think Bruno O'Brien.
If you could round her up, I'd appreciate it. We're trying to find one of the sponsors of the bill that may be in the building. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll take a 5-minute break for those that need to take a short break here, and we'll come back at 10 minutes after 11. Oh, excuse me, well, it's just 11 o'clock, so, right?
About 11:10.
Yeah, about 11:10 we'll come back.
Actually.
It's
oh, it
11
says
o'clock
11.
right now.
All right.
Yeah,
so
all right, so it's 11:05. So we'll take a break and come back at 11:10 by our computer time.
We're running an hour late on this anyway. That's why.
Yeah, usually I get a message. or
Yeah,
something.
if I don't see anybody show up that's the sponsor, though, we can put that bill off and just jump in, try to catch up a little bit.
Representative Ladd, I'll just mute the room until you guys are ready to get started again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anybody.
Well, because they're all on mute. When you see these little
Yeah,
things, that
yeah,
means
yeah.
they're on mute.
Okay.
Thank you for coming to get me.
Thank you for coming to help.
Yeah,
That's so awesome.
that's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love it.
60 degrees on Thursday.
Yes, that's so awesome.
Yeah.
The birds are going crazy around my house, trying to find mates.
12 hours.
They're singing away this
I am.
morning.
Okay. Can I just mention,
Oh,
can you guys hear us okay?
we have 2 minutes before we're supposed to be starting here.
What?
It's only 11:08. Yeah.
Okay, well, I wanted to read the, numbers from the last bill.
Just raise your voice about 3 decimals higher than what you use.
I don't
Oh,
know.
here
if
comes
that's-
Judy.
No, I mean when the time comes. You speak too softly.
Me?
Yeah.
My kids don't think so. My husband doesn't think so.
From my old electronics days, you and year could only differentiate between 3 decimals.
Hi, Rep. Aaron.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, the bill 276, menstrual products that, we're an hour late.
We're going
We're gonna
going
skip
past.
that
we're
today.
passing it.
I was trying to see if I could find you guys. You or, just.
Was Representative Hobson talking about the blue sheet numbers for 182?
Yeah, she's gonna give you that. She's just.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Right now. Okay, it's 11:10. And what we're gonna do is
I'm sorry, Judy, we're about to get started.
we're going ahead and starting right
I'll
now.
tell you later.
We are going
No,
to
it's-
move past
it's-
276, but we're gonna give you the numbers on the 182 that I don't believe that was addressed. Reps and Hops, can you give the results of those that supported it?
Sure. I think it is a Monday. I think we've been fooled. So we had on HB 182, we had 8 in support, 96 opposed, 0 neutral, and total testifying 6.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and open up. We will, on HB 276, that will be scheduled at another time to be announced.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so 276 is scheduled for 10 a.m. today. And so we're a little over an hour behind, but I do believe there's probably a lot of people that, took today off to testify. And also I think if you're going to reschedule, you at a minimum, don't you have to open up the hearing and then recess to a time certain?
I was gonna reschedule to later this afternoon, jumping past to putting it there. We've done that earlier. The sponsors of the bill are not present. And without a sponsor bill being present, we're going to, I will.
Point of order though. I mean, in the past, we've had a committee member introduce the bill and, you know, and then, you know, open it up for testimony from others. And I believe we've got a lot of people probably here that are waiting to testify on 276.
What I'm gonna do is what I had done earlier with another bill. I will go ahead, open it up, and then I'm gonna immediately close it down and have it continued later on this afternoon, after the last bill. Representative Bowen, would you please?
I challenge the ruling of the chair on that. I just think that's eminently unfair. I think that disenfranchises members of the public who have showed up today, taken time off from their busy day, from work, from school, to testify on this. And, you know, people are watching.
Well, Representative, may I ask
Yes.
that this will put off other people who are waiting. to
Exactly,
introduce
that's
their
exactly
bills.
right. How many people were signed up to testify for this particular bill?
6.
6 people
On 276.
on 276.
21409.
Introduce the bill and.
So in 276, Representative Bowen, would you please introduce the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to introduce House Bill 276, relative to availability of menstrual hygiene products in schools.
Thank you very much.
I will take no questions.
Okay, with that, I'm going to schedule the input for 276 following the last bill being heard today, that be following HB 198. And move into.
So I had challenged that decision. So I'm going to challenge the ruling of the chair on that.
Really messed up with the timer.
Yeah. It's a late tactics.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna recess for 10 more minutes here and open this thing up at 11:30. Jen, can you turn this?
All right, I'm going to ask Dems to meet me in the Zoom caucus room, but disconnect from this one first.
I'll mute the room, Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Where do you get out of there?
Okay, can everybody hear me on the committee? I assume I heard some cough, so. Back to the issue of 276, I'm going to have Representative Cordelli read a statement or the rule that we just got in from the House Clerk, Paul Smith. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is from the clerk. And he is citing Mason 626, paragraph 5, which reads, "A special notice of a recessed committee meeting is not necessary if the meeting involves a continuation of the original meeting and resumes on the same day or before the passage of a specified period of time. A challenge to the chair on recessing the motion is not in order."
So what we are doing, we're placing this bill to follow the last bill that we have scheduled today. It would follow 198 this afternoon upon finishing that bill. So right now I'm going to, we have opened up 276 and we recessed it until following 198. Point right now in HB 409, this is relative to certain vacancies among members of school boards and other school district offices.
So we have just promoted Representative Rum. Welcome to education. How are you?
Good. So nice to see you, Representative Hobson. Thank you very much, Education Committee and Chairman Ladd. I come before you to introduce House Bill 409. This bill came to be because of a very tragic death of a long-term Merrimack Budget Committee member, Mr. Stanley Heinrich. He has served our town over decades and has contributed immensely to the quality of life in Merrimack. He died last year, the day after filing opened. And there's nothing in statute that directs our community on how to fill that vacancy. In the past, when this has happened, we've been advised by the Secretary of State's office to defer to language that is in statute. I'll bring it up. It's statute regarding vacancies within towns. So, but there's nothing specific in the statute that governs school district related elections. So what HB 409 does is it inserts the identical language that we see in section 669:61 pertaining to vacancies that occurred during the filing period. That exact language would be then inserted into 671:33 so that it will provide guidance for school districts to be able to counsel their community on how those vacancies are going to be filled. The specific language would, anyone who, if a vacancy occurs during that filing period, it remains vacant until it's reappointed, and then the election is held at the following election period. I hope I explained that clearly, but I'll be happy to take any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions for the representative? Representative Mullen?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me, and thank you, Representative Rung, for bringing this to us today. I just want to make sure, because I know you sent us that statute this morning and I read it, and I was no clearer after I read it than I was before I had it. So what you're saying is that if somebody were to die during the filing period, then a person would be appointed to fill that position until the next filing period when somebody filed and ran for it and an election could be had?
Exactly. The situation that occurred in Merrimack is since Mr. Heinrich died the day after the filing period opened, people wanted to file for that position for the upcoming election. And what we're saying is that we're going to follow the protocol that's outlined in towns related statute, so that that election for that vacancy wouldn't happen until the following election, not the one that's determined for that filing period. I don't know if I explained that correctly. There's
just a follow up to that, Mr. Chairman. But the vacancy that was created by the person being deceased would be appointed until that election the following year.
Right. Exactly. It would be treated as if that vacancy occurred after the filing period closed.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Representative Mullen.
Representative Moffat, you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Roan, for taking my question. I could see this if it was worded between the end of the filing period and the election, but I'm really a little bit baffled why, if there is a vacancy and the filing period is open, why prevent the town folk from, during a filing period, from filing for an open seat? I could see between the end, but I don't understand why you would shut off people from filing when the filing period is still open.
Well, thank you very much for your question, Representative. The intent is to be consistent with the statutes governing the filling of town vacancies. So I think what is important is consistency between how we fill vacancies on the town side and how we fill vacancies on the school district side. I think your proposal is worth a discussion, but I think on the same point, it would then require a change in section 669. We're really looking for consistency. This has been advice on the Secretary of State's office when this has happened on the school side. They just follow what you do for the town. But we're asking for, well, if we're going to follow what we do for the town, let's make sure we put it in the statute that governs school district elections.
Follow up? Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Representative, so if somebody passed away the day before the filing period, people could file for that seat. But if he passed away or she passed away a day later at the beginning of the filing period, they could not file for that seat. Is that correct? Am I reading that correct?
Yes, that's consistent with what is in 669 governing town elections. We just want consistency between how we elect people for town offices and how we elect them for school district offices.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions.
Representative Likas, do you have a question?
It was basically the same question. Why would we not want people to file if the filing period was still open?
Thank you very much for that question, Representative Likas. I mean, it's a worthwhile discussion, but our point is to make consistency between what's in statute for the town and what's in statute for the school district. If we want to say, hey, let's fill vacancies that occur during the filing period, I'm open to having that discussion, but I think we need to have it on the town side too. I think it's very confusing to voters and prospective candidates when we have one set of rules for how we govern filling town vacancies, but then we lack any guidance for filling those on the school district side. We just want some consistency.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Are there further questions of Representative Roan?
Yes.
Yes, Representative Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, for the question. Thank you for taking the question. Can you hear me? Because I don't have a speaker hear me.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question.
There is a mic right over there.
Yeah.
Move it down.
Sorry, there wasn't a microphone near me. Now there is. Okay, I'm just looking, and I'm looking at like selectmen, and it doesn't say anything about this. It says vacancy in the board shall be filled by appointments made by the remaining selectmen. And there's no reference at all about filing period. And so I'm trying to concern, where have you found that this makes it consistent with other offices?
Yeah, I mean, if you'll see in what I sent you this morning, section 669, there is a sentence there that governs how to fill a vacancy if it occurs during the filing period. But
No.
that does not exist in school district, in school district vacancy language.
Could you give me the subparagraph? Because I'm
Yep, I'll read it to you.
I'm in 669. and I-
669:61, Roman numeral 3, I think is where it is.
Yes, it says any vacancy which occurs between the beginning of the filing period and the town election shall not be filled by official ballot until the annual town election the following year. So
Okay.
that's the same sentence that's in 409 that we want to put into the school district statute.
But further
Go
question.
ahead, Representative Bowman.
So I think that I could see that in the law in both. I can see that now. But doesn't that really refer to if nobody has filed?
No, what it does is it just extends that vacancy until after the election, so it can be appointed, and then the person would, candidates would then run at the following year, the annual town election or school district election the following year.
You have another follow-up?
Yes.
So you're saying that this precludes other people from running for that office if somebody dies? I mean, do you think that's right?
Like I said, I think it's worth to have a discussion. The intent of this bill is just to direct school districts on how to fill those vacancies that occur during a filing period. And we want to make it consistent with how we fill them at the town level. Now, if we want to bring up another subject about, well, let's have people be able to file if there is a vacancy that occurs during the filing period. I'm open for that discussion, but we need to do it on the town side too, not just the school district. It's very difficult in a community where we have one way of filling vacancies on town side and another way of filling them on the school district side. And actually, we don't even have another way of filling them on the school district side because there's no language in the statute that governs that. HB 409 intends to remedy that by having language in statute to guide how we fill those vacancies. And then, if there's a discussion, if there's another bill filed to allow people to run for office during the filing period, I'm open to having that discussion, but we should make sure that it applies to both town and school district.
Thank you very much, Representative Rung.
Thank you, Representative Bone.
No further questions for Representative Rung. We do have Deputy Secretary Dave Scanlon ready to proceed. Perhaps that would be probably the best way to next.
Yeah.
So unless there's another question for Representative Rung, we'll do that. Looks like that. Thank you very much, Representative Rung. And welcome, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Deputy Secretary of State, and appearing today in support of the bill that Representative Rung has sponsored because it does clarify the statute along the lines of the advice that we would give to school districts if a vacancy occurred in this manner. I understand that there is a question is why do we close it off at the first day of the filing period in terms of being able to put somebody on the ballot? There's a couple of reasons for that. The first one is administrative, and there's a process by which constituents, citizens in a community are aware of offices that are up for election, and they can make a determination ahead of time, plan on running for the office, and sign up and get their name on the ballot. When a vacancy occurs during the filing period, there is at that point no time to advertise that there's a potential opening on the ballot to run for an office, and so it precludes the full spectrum of potential candidates from being able to participate. The second aspect of this is not creating an opportunity for games to be played on who might get on the ballot. A vacancy occurs for other reasons besides somebody just passing away. It can be because somebody moves out of town and is no longer qualified to be on the ballot, or it can simply be somebody resigns. they submit a letter of resignation. If that is done on the last day of the filing period and conveniently there's somebody else to step up and say, I'm going to run for that office and sign up, that's hardly fair either. And so that's the reason why the policy is the way it is. It's why the statute for town elections specifically states this is the way the process would be. And we believe that it's the right process. So again, we support Representative Rung's legislation, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scanlon. Representative Moffat, do you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Secretary. Good to see you. So sports, staggered positions. And so my question for you is for example, if the person died who was up for re-election, is that different than someone who dies who is not up for re-election? Make any distinction there?
Well, if somebody is up for re-election, so there would be an open filing period because that office is on the ballot. If a candidate dies or passes away after they have filed, or sometime between the filing period and the election, that person's name would simply be removed from the ballot at that point because of the death or the resignation. And then for town and school district elections, there is no other opportunity for somebody else to step forward and run for that office because these offices are nonpartisan. It's, anybody can run. The situation that we are talking about with this legislation is in the case of an office holder whose position is not up for election, and that office then becomes vacant. And the standard practice is no matter when it happens during the course of a year, let's say after the election's over, we're into the month of August and there's a vacancy that occurs, the standard practice is that the appointing authority, it could be the school board in this case, could be the Board of Selectmen, it could be the planning board or the zoning board, depending on what office you're talking about, get to make the appointment until the next election. And then an election would be held to fill the unexpired term of that particular office. What this language is doing is it just talks about what happens when you get close to the proximity where people are actually signing up to run for office for the next election. And the policy has been, and the statute in the case of towns has been that there is a clear delineation of if there is a vacancy, whether an appointment is made versus when somebody is able to get their name on the ballot and run for that position.
Yes, follow up, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I'm hearing, Mr. Deputy Secretary, is to my earlier question, if it's a position that's not scheduled for re-election, I think I understand that the statute would cover that. But if School Board Member Smith is up for re-election, and I have been planning to run against School Board Member Smith, and he dies the first day of filing when I was going to file to run for his seat, would this preclude me from running for school board for a seat that I've been planning to run for that was open?
No, because if the seat is up for election, there's a filing period that's taking place for that seat. And so if the incumbent, who is also running for the office, passes away during that filing period, at that point, it does not preclude anybody else from stepping forward and signing up because the filing period is open specifically for that office. What we're talking about in this piece of legislation is a bill, is for a position that would not be up for its normal election cycle. It would be midterm, I'll call it. And so, if let's say if the person holding the office still has 2 years left in the term and they die, a vacancy exists, that office would not normally be on the ballot. If the person created the vacancy prior to the filing period, there would be an opportunity to put it on the ballot for the remaining balance of the term, whatever that might be. But this language is dealing specifically with a position that would not otherwise be up for election.
Thank you. That answers my question. Thank you very much.
Representative Lay, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the question. So I just want to clarify here. So if I'm on a school board and I resign the day before the filing period, that office is open for election. But if I resign once the filing period opens, the day the filing period opens, that office is not open for the next election, and is my vacancy would be filled by appointment. Am I correct on that?
You are correct.
What is the logic behind that 1 day difference?
I think that's a good question, except
I think so too.
Except that, you know, the filing period has opened up at that point, and there was no prior advertisement for the position. And granted, in the scenario that you just described, there would be little opportunity to advertise, that position as well. I mean, I understand the situation, but in this case, it's a line that's drawn in the sand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there further questions for the Secretary of State's office? Thank you very much, Mr. Scanlon.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Who's next here?
Okay, so next we have Pat Heinrich. Welcome to education. She's by Representative Roth.
Can you hear us, Pat?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Excellent. I'm the Merrimack School District Clerk. And I've been the clerk for 25 years. And I've been sitting here because I knew the answers to many of the questions. I asked Representative Rung to put this forward because when my husband died during the filing period, well, let me start this by saying when other members of the school board or the school budget committee or the school planning committee would talk to me about, I'm thinking of resigning, I would tell them always, resign before filing period so I can advertise the position properly. Or wait until after the election and then let the board that you're on deal with the vacancy. Unfortunately, in this case, and my husband died after the filing period opened. I called the superintendent, I called the Secretary of State's office and was told that there is nothing in 671, but they suggest to school districts and school district clerks that they follow 669. They also suggested I contact our school council, which I did, and the school legal counsel told me to follow 669. I found myself thinking this has happened before and let's prevent it from happening again. If it's good enough for the town, it should be good enough for the schools. And I'd like to see that language inserted in 671 to cover this. I had people come up to me the day before my husband's funeral to tell me that the budget committee could tell me I had to put it on the ballot. I had people tell me that the Secretary of State's office suggested there was a gray area and this could be put on the ballot. But just like people that file for office, you have to be registered to vote before the filing period opens. And the seat has to be vacant before the filing period opens. I agree with that, and I would like to see that. I'm asking you to please put that in because we do have people that have resigned, that not just die, but resign. And it would be nice, the town filing period is the same as the school district filing period. And since there's something in the town's election law that says the vacancy will be filled according to the body if the vacancy occurs during the filing period, I'd like to have the town and the school be the same, rather than have the town do it one way and the school do it another way. And in my husband's case in particular, Originally, we had a municipal budget committee, and until we had a town charter that eliminated the municipal budget committee. In his case, he has an elected seat on the school planning board, and he had an elected seat on it at that time, the municipal budget committee. And we could be looking at a case where the town didn't put the budget committee seat on the town ballot, and what's the school supposed to do for the same person's death? People do resign, but hopefully they contact me ahead of time so that I can have them file before, that I can have them resign before the filing period opens so that I can advertise the seat, because in Merrimack, we do advertise the filing period and what positions are open. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Are there questions for the presenter? Thank you. Let's see.
Next, we have Mayor Christina from the School Board Association. Welcome to education.
Thank you very much, Representative Hobson. Thank you very much, Chairman Ladd, members of the committee, Barrett Christina from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We were initially opposed to House Bill 409, and we're going to keep that opposition on the record. But hearing Representative Rung and the other speakers state why they think this is a good bill, and Representative Rung did say a couple of times that she thinks it was worth the conversation. We think retaining this would probably be appropriate so we can sort through the myriad of statutes in RSA 671 and RSA 669. The other statute that I would like to point you to, just in case there would be a conflict between House Bill 409, is RSA 197:26. This says the school board shall fill vacancies occurring on the board and in other districts, except that of moderator, until the next annual meeting of the district. The shall means that they have to, and that they have to fill the vacancy. So I'm just not sure how filling that vacancy to the next annual meeting would play into into the election aspect that this is trying to address. Representative Moffitt, we had some of the same questions that you had, and one aspect I would like to point out with respect to Attorney Scanlon's testimony. I believe he wrote, this is for a seat that is in midterm. It's not for an open seat, because there seems to be a lot of questions about, well, I was planning on running it anyway. If that's the case, I don't think the language of the bill clearly states that. I think this occurs to all vacancies that occur within that filing period window. I don't think that, as written, it would only occur to sort of mid-term vacancies. So those were some of the concerns that NHSBA had with the bill. Again, we appreciate Representative Rung for bringing this up and indeed having the conversation. There are a lot of areas where school districts have to borrow from RSA 669 because RSA 671 is not specifically clear. And apparently this is another one of those issues. But again, we have some concerns about the perhaps unintended consequences, how this may relate to RSA 197:26, as I mentioned. And I think language needs to be, if the intent is that this is only to apply to midterm seats, then I think that needs to be made more explicit within the bill. So while we do oppose the bill, we think that retaining the bill and maybe working on some language over the summer or the fall might be appropriate. And with that, conclude my testimony. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christina. Are there questions for the New Hampshire School Boards Association? Any hands up? Not seeing. Thank you very much, Barrett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we have one other, don't we?
One member of the audience, Valerie Gallant, waiting for a while. Go ahead and speak. She must be taking.
Yeah, it's muted.
Okay, so we have any other folks? No? So with that, can you please give us a reading on how things were signed up?
Well, we have, Representative Blankus. Their hands raised.
Representative Lycus, do you have a question?
Yes. Representative Hobson, can you somehow get a microphone closer to you? Because it's almost impossible to hear what you're saying. And that may be the problem, that people who are supposed to be speaking have no idea that you're calling on them.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so Valerie Vallant, are you able to speak? Did you not hear me before? Okay, sorry. And Rep. Lay, you had your hand up as well.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Mr. Scanlon is still available, or if we could just send him a question. I was just wondering what happens if somebody, if it is restricted to just those seats that are up for election, and let's say I'm running for re-election and I suddenly pass away during the filing period, but someone has already filed to run against me. Is that person now barred to run?
He's no longer attending. So
Yeah. See, I think there are just sort of different permutations that haven't been.
Right, I agree.
Okay, sorry, I'll ask later.
Charlie, you have your hand up.
Representative Lay, in my notes, he said that it's only an unexpired term. So you wouldn't be up for election, so it wouldn't apply to you in the statement you just asked, the question you just asked.
So it's just for vacancies where the seat is not up for election. Okay, thank you.
Are there further concerns? Okay, what was the final count there, Representative
also
Hobson?
final count, I have 3 in support, 6 opposed, 0 neutral, and total testifying would be 3.
4.
Does that?
4 testifying was 4?
4.
4.
Oh, sorry. I don't know.
Okay, with that, we
Oh,
are
right.
closing this testimony, this hearing on HB 409. Representative Hobson, how many people we have signed up for HB 152?
We have 3 people signed up to testify.
3 people?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get that in so we can take our break then at 12:30. So with that, I am going to open up HB 152. This is relevant to the apportionment of costs in cooperative school districts. Representative McGee is the singular sponsor on that bill. Is he?
Yep. Representative McGee, promoted you. Welcome to education.
Thank you so much. It's great to be with you again. Thank you, Chairman Ladd and Vice Chairman Cordelli and members of House Education. I'm here today to represent my town and my town school moderators on an issue that's come up in our town before, which is on apportionment language in RSA 195:8. So I have written testimony so I can keep within my time frame, and then I'm happy to take questions. I'm Representative Kat McGee of Hillsborough 27, Hollis. And as I mentioned, I'm coming to you today on HB 152 on behalf of my town and the moderators therein who uncovered a problem in the statute that they thought could easily be solved. So the bill proposes a small change to RSA 195:8, which already calls for apportionment calculations to be revisited every 5 years and no sooner. So the trigger for 5 years will no longer be merely based on a formula change, but also if an article, a warrant article to continue the current formula has been passed at the district meeting. So the idea is right now the language promotes the fact that a change has to be reached. And in several of the meetings I've been to recently, there's, you know, when the 5-year anniversary is up, there'll be a vote for a dollar change or whatever, because they don't really want to revisit that. For anyone who is in a district, a co-op, they understand that those negotiations can be very contentious. A lot of money goes back and forth depending on changes to the formula. And so from the moderator's perspective, this change would make the process of being able to allow the governing body to have a vote on whether they're happy with the formula without making a change. And then they would be able to continue for 5 years from that. Folks had posited questions of the moderator when he first proposed this change as to, well, what if that vote fails? And if it fails, then you just stay on the same calendar that you're on for revisiting apportionment. So I didn't read what I have here because that's basically it in a nutshell. And so I also wanted to mention to you that our longtime moderator and most experienced moderator in town is the Honorable Jim Belanger, who was the former chair of Municipal, County, and Government. And he is on the line, although he is moderating our elections today because it's town election day, as is the current moderator for the town, Drew Mason, who's the person who first proposed this bill to me. So see if there's anything else I can tell you from here. So yeah, I think I've probably given you enough to get you started, and I'm sure you'll have questions. So, and there's Jim as well. So both of us would be happy to answer any questions that you have. But if you look at the bolded language in 152, that's probably in front of you, it's just adding language that says, if the apportionment formula for a cooperative school district has been duly changed, and it adds, or if an article to continue the current formula has been passed at the district meeting. So that's all we're trying to do, is just add language that supports the idea that the body can decide not to make a change and also agree that the formula is sufficient for another 5 years. So I hope that makes sense.
Representative McGee, are there any questions for the representative? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have the Honorable Jim Belanger. I've promoted him. Welcome to education.
Well, thank you very much for welcoming me. I thought I got shut off there for a second because the whole thing disappeared and then came back just when Representative McGee was paying me compliments. I'm Jim Belanger of Hollis, New Hampshire, and I'm representing myself and Mr. Drew Mason, the current moderator of the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District, who is also the town moderator and is busy at the polls today, as you can imagine. I'm a former New Hampshire state rep serving on the Municipal and County Government Committee for 9 years. And if you add my years of being a moderator in town for town, school, and cooperative school district, I have 40 years of experience. This bill makes sense. House Bill 152 concerns an issue which simply provides a fix for a loophole in current legislation. Right now, the apportionment formula for a cooperative school district is subject to be reviewed every 5 years. Most have no objection to this, if after review, the formula is changed, and then it can be reviewed again in 5 years. However, the way current law is worded, if the formula is reviewed and found to be satisfactory, it can be reviewed again the next year and the next year and the next year. Isn't reviewing and deciding to leave it alone a decision that should also have a 5-year term? What if the formula is changed by 1 penny? I ask you to recognize that taking up an article, debating it, and deciding to leave it as is meets the intent of the current RSAs and should be considered the same as if 1 penny had been added to the formula. The voters took it up, spoke about it, and decided it was good as is, and that should suffice for the next 5 years. Now, that's my input, and because moderator Drew Mason could not be here, I would like to read his comments. I am the moderator of the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District. I would like to thank Representative McGee for filing this bill and for working with me through the process. I believe this bill is a small but important improvement to the RSAs about apportionment. As I'm sure you know, the costs of cooperative school districts are divided among the participating towns by an apportionment formula. Under current law, once adopted, the formula can be reviewed after 5 years, but no sooner. If the voters in the cooperative school district change the formula, the new formula is in force for at least another 5 years. The key word in that statement is change. In order to enter a new 5-year period of formula stability, the voters must change the formula. The requirement of a change in the formula has come up the last 2 times that my district has voted on apportionment. This bill allows the voters to continue using the current formula and have another 5 years of predictable apportionment if they so choose. In order to keep the existing formula, a majority of the voters in the cooperative district have to vote in favor of it. The apportionment formula is about as basic and direct as a pocketbook issue as it can be. With a single vote, millions of dollars in taxes can be shifted among towns. Up with a suitable apportionment formula requires careful research, thought, and all compromise. It can be quite contentious. Restricting the frequency of review of the formula allows the voters, school board, and budget committee to focus on other things. The legislators who created the concept of a cooperative school district had the foresight to provide for a 5-year gap between formula reviews. This is a very good thing. This bill says that if voters choose to continue with the existing formula or choose to change the formula, they can enjoy another 5 years with predictable formula. When I explain this bill to folks, they ask, what happens if the bill apportionment article is defeated? The answer is exactly the same as current law. The then current formula continues to be used, and the voters may take up apportionment at the next annual meeting. The 5-year period does not start regardless of the nature of the defeated article. I know this phrase has been a bit overused, but with this bill, if you like your apportionment formula, you may keep it without going through the contentious process required by the current law. Finally, when Hollis Brookline went through reapportionment and the school board wanted to keep the existing formula because of current law, the school board had to propose the exact same formula, then modify it to add $1 to Hollis's share, then explain to the voters why. I think it seemed a little silly to the voters, but they did approve it quite handily, 469 to 180. That concludes my testimony on behalf of myself and Moderator Mason. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim. Are there any questions for Mr. Belanger? Not seeing hands, thank you very much, and have fun at the polls.
Well, thank you very much, Rick, and thanks for not calling me Honorable Jim.
We know you're not.
Hey, have a great.
Hi, Pat.
Okay.
Okay, next we have Derek Christina.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, I'm
Derek.
sorry, someone have a question or?
No, she's invited
Oh,
him. Derek Christina, welcome.
Thank you again, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Ladd, members of the committee. I'll be very brief. NHSBA supports House Bill 152. We appreciate Representative McGee and former Representative Belanger for their cogent statements on this. I just wanted to give you a little bit of a background because NHSBA was contacted. It's my understanding about maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 years ago, there was a petitioned warrant article in Hollis Brookline to change the apportionment formula between the 2 towns for the cooperative school district. At the annual meeting, that petitioned warrant article was amended to basically keep the status quo apportionment formula between the 2 towns. That status quo amendment, or the amendment to keep the status quo, passed. So the question was, is that a change? Because the voters took some affirmative action on this warrant article. So even though in reality it was still remaining the same, the question was whether or not that vote at the annual meeting constituted a change for that 5-year period. When I got that question, I said, that's a good question. I don't have an answer to that. So anyway, we think that we think that this is good practice, even if the apportionment formula does not change. If the voters vote to keep the same apportionment formula, having that 5-year window in between bringing it back is good for budget committees, good for school boards to be able to budget, and for people to have some semblance of understanding of what their fiscal impact is going to be, so they can plan appropriately. So with that, we certainly support House Bill 152, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Barrett. Are there any questions for the School Boards Association? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, that was our last speaker on this bill.
Okay, do you have the number of people that,
Yep.
signed up?
I do. I have 5 in support, 3 opposed, 0 neutral, and testifying 3.
Thank you very much. So with that, we're going to close this hearing. 409, or excuse me, 152 is closed, and we are going to break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock.
Place the break to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You got to mute.
He held my hand.
You know where he was?
Huh?
You know where he was when you talked to him?
Hey, we're talking here now.
Why is that on all of a sudden?
No, no.
Is it your, it's your, are you muted on that thing?
Let's see. See, I changed screens. No, I got no sound.
I'm muted.
How about that one there?
I put it down my bar here.
Don't say a whole lot, just say, you know, the work
You know,
that he's done. Yep. Commission. Oh. Are we unmuted now?
Yes, we are. This is 464.
Wearing these glasses and your mask at the same time.
Yes.
The glasses don't want to stay on. I'm ready for us to start.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, sure.
I don't have a copy.
Okay, are we on, so people can hear us?
We're ready
Can you
now.
hear us out there? I would assume so.
Any thumbs up?
No, I didn't see any. Can you hear us out there? Double check.
I did. I'll double check. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear us?
Oh, they did.
No. Okay, I'm seeing some heads popping down these. Yes, okay. So I'd like to go ahead and continue with our hearings right now. We have a hearing scheduled for 1 o'clock here. HB 464 relative to the Commission to Study School Funding. 464, and I'd like to welcome Representative Cordelli to present the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Upper Borough, Local Borough on Sandwich and the beautiful Lakes region. And this is a very simple bill. As we are all aware, legislation in the last biennium established a school funding commission with a budget of $500,000. And that commission has issued their report in December. And I think that the work is done and that the commission should be disbanded, and any remaining funds that were allocated for the purpose of the commission should be returned to the Education Trust Fund. And it's that simple. Their work is done, and we should move on with whatever action in terms of school funding is going to be taken in this biennium. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. Are there questions from the committee?
I prefer not to take questions in deference to the time and catching up. Good.
Okay, Representative Hobson, who do we have?
Next we have Dr. Carl Ladd, I'm going to promote panelist. Welcome back to education, Mr. Dr. Ladd from the New Hampshire School Administrators Association.
Thank you, Representative Hobson. For the record, my name is Carl Ladd, Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. I understand that Representative Cordelli thinks that the work of the commission is completed, but I don't believe that that is necessarily true. There is still an outstanding question about what's happening with education funding in our state, and the commission's work remains relevant and important to the field until some of those questions are resolved by the legislature, which they have not been as of yet. So I would urge you to vote this bill ITL and let the commission continue its work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ladd. Are there questions for the School Administrators Association? I see none. Thank you very much.
That, if you can believe it, is the, oh, okay, yeah, there's Rep Corrigan. And you've been promoted, Rep Corrigan. Welcome to education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Hobson. I just want to very briefly just say basically the same thing that Dr. Ladd just said, that the commission's work is not finished and we should continue its work. I'm not sure exactly how significant the funds are, but we in the legislature, we're not in the habit of spending our own money on things. And this is a very, this report obviously leveraged a lot of resources that we didn't pay for, and that's probably somebody else is paying for. Like this first came to my attention as it talked about the terminating commission, the study, and they referred to a report which was to have been issued by January 10th, 2021, and usually nobody can tell if those reports have been filed. I have no idea where to find most of them. This one actually was finished early on December 1st, 2020. Actually, only 3 months after the original deadline, which was September 1st. So even with the pandemic and everything happened, the committee met many, many times, presumably by Zoom. I believe it was by Zoom, and they did get a use of resources, I said, of many other agencies. Apparently the Carsey School UNH, like this report, unlike just about any other study committee, you can actually find the report online without any trouble. You just takes a very minimal amount of Googling. Also the agendas of all the meetings and all the documents submitted, all that stuff is online, which is usually not the case for study committee. Usually, there's that, has this bill in the boiler, there's a boilerplate language at the end of RSA 193 about how they're filed with the Senate Clerk, House Clerk, and State Library. And I tried to, just for laughs, I decided to log on to the State Library to see like where all the other study committee reports are. They're probably in their physical form somewhere in the library if I wanted to schlep over to Concord and risk catching COVID and all that, but they're not online except a very few of them that maybe are collected by somebody else and donate to the library. So this is a very nice study committee. It's however this is funded, there's obviously a lot more funding than these study committees usually get. And I applaud the chair, who's of current med education, Reverend Lunau, and the many other people who worked on the report. And so I think the commission's work is not finished. The General Court has not addressed the recommendations. I have no idea when they're going to recommend them. I'm not necessarily optimistic that we'll pass a budget bill by the deadline. I think we're going to have a continuing resolution. So the minimum, and even if we do that in time, that's not till June 30th. And I think the work will continue for more than 60 days after June 30th. They have a notice on their website, which once again, you can see even the future meeting. It's hard to find out, but they have a couple of Zoom forums scheduled tomorrow and a couple of weeks from now, and they have a variety of other activities. And so I think we should keep the law the way it is. We should let the commission keep whatever funding it has, which I can't imagine it's a huge amount, and continue its work. And I might also add, I know when I saw the original bill 2019, then revised in 2020. I did wonder, like, what about the broad-based sales and income tax? But that was not specifically excluded by the committee's charge, but it wasn't mentioned either. They did specifically mention the property tax, and they did respect the political reality that anything that involves a broad-based, that avoiding a broad-based sales or income tax is an even higher priority than educating our students. So, so they respected that, and they, in all fairness, so they did suggest some fundamental changes in how the property taxes in our state are apportioned and collected, and that could be a problem. But still, they did it within the boundaries that this legislature has set itself for decades. I think even since back when my father served in the late 1970s. So I thank the committee for its work. I think this bill is unnecessary and frankly a little bit of an insult to all the hard work that was put into it. So I would urge you to let the commission continue until we actually address that problem, and hopefully we'll address it at least partially by whenever we can pass a budget. So that's what I had to say. So thank the committee very much. I could take questions, but I think you probably want to move on to the other items on your agenda. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Horrigan. Questions for Representative Horrigan? Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Horrigan, for taking my question. You've been in the legislature a long time, longer than I have, and I was just wondering, is this a common thing that happens? Is this something that that people put through bills to stop a commission, like cut it off at the end like this?
Well, not that I know of. I'm speaking only as one member of the minority caucus. I'm not speaking even for them or anybody but myself. But I don't recall ever seeing this. This seems like a pretty unusual situation, especially this is a committee that was taken more seriously than a lot of them. The only one that I remember being taken that seriously was one about the death penalty that we had. I don't know, sometime around 2000. I believe it was during my first term. So, and I don't know if this is a good or bad thing, but it took us several more sessions before we actually addressed that issue. So, this is like pretty unusual, like cutting off a study committee before its work is done, even though the report has been filed. And as I said, it's unusual to actually be able to find it that easily online, and it was actually filed ahead of the deadline. But yes, I think this is unusual.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Horrigan, for taking my question. There are those who feel that the commission and its report are inherently flawed and compromised due to the perception that the commission's composition included pretty much like-minded education establishment folks who had similar worldviews. For example, 5 of the 6 legislators in the commission are of the same party. So the question is, do those concerns have any validity in your view?
Well, I think, as far as I know, the individuals on the committee, the legislative members, are all very fair-minded people. Even though there wasn't necessarily equal number of D's and R's. So I'm not. I certainly have immense amount of respect for all the individuals on the committee and all the rest of the hard work. So I mean, this the study commission is just a view of the people who worked on it. This is an issue that we're never going to solve completely, but I think it's a good report, and you can either you can choose to we're all free to implement the parts that we think we're like, and to not implement the parts that we don't agree with. So that's not really, no study committee is ever going to, if it does the work, it's going to put out a report that everyone's going to agree with. And they also, the final document that was issued over a month ahead of schedule on December 1st, 2020, does include about 25 pages of sort of dissenting reports from the committee members. So, that's about all I have to say about that. I'm not necessarily saying everything in it is correct, and none of it's correct, but I still think I'm just supporting continuing the effort for at least which would probably be at least through the rest of the year. So thanks.
Representative Thompson, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Rep. Horgan, for taking my question. I was wondering if the committee has already issued a report with their findings, what work is left to be done?
Well, I don't know if I'm not the person. I was not on the committee. I think I zoomed into only a handful of meetings briefly, but well, it says their work is continuing, and it's apparently leveraging, as I said, outside funding. This is certainly a lot. This is a lot more extensive and a lot more technological, a lot more sophisticated than what our regular study committees do. So they do have like some community forums and other activities, and also it does specifically says, the final report is not quite the end of the process. So in this case, the commission has activities scheduled for after that, which is until and when the general court addresses its recommendations. And obviously they'll never be addressed to everyone's satisfaction, but presumably when and if we ever pass a budget trailer bill, and I'm personally pessimistic given that we didn't even see the first draft of the budget bill until like just the March 2nd, I think. So even we're already 3 weeks behind schedule in that process, but I'm sure it will be addressed in some way by the time we actually successfully pass a budget. So that's that probably takes us pretty far into this year, but I think cutting it off 2 months from now, like as of whenever we pass it, which would probably be earliest we can pass this is March 31st. I'm getting off into the weeds here, of course, but like I think terminating this on March 31st, I think is massively premature. So that's just my opinion. So I'm not the expert on the work of the committee. That others you can discuss that amongst yourselves, since there were some members of the committee on this standing committee here that I probably shouldn't have taken questions from, but I guess I'll take some more if anybody has more.
Thank you very much, Representative Horgan. Are there further questions for Representative Horgan? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I don't see anyone else scheduled to testify. Nobody's got their hand raised, so.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Representative Luna.
Yes, just a question of the chair on House Bill 464, and I just want to take a look at it while I'm asking the question. But where the statute is amended, my understanding is that would not affect things like what Representative Horgan was talking about, which is maintenance of the commission's website, which under contract is to be maintained for 5 years by the Carsey School at UNH due to the collection of materials that was there and the investment made by the state of New Hampshire. So I was just wondering if you could confirm that.
Yes, I will. That was not part of, that's not how it's being done. The commission report is a commission report, just like any other commission report we had set up by this legislature. Currently, it's being handled through Carsey, seeing that has been part of the support system which that commission has, and using part of that $500,000 for. So everything is being handled in accordance with the way the program was set up, and I have no problem with that, Representative Luna.
Great, thank you.
You're more than welcome. Are there?
Ready for the numbers?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. So we have 8 in support, 29 opposed, 0 neutral, and 2 test.
Okay, did everybody get those numbers? 8, 29, 0, and 2. So with that, I'm going to close the hearing for HB 464. 2018. And the next hearing is scheduled to start at 1:30. So we have a few moments and wait. I do not plan on accepting bills today, just so all can understand that.
Yes.
So that may help some make their plans. I don't want people having to worry about that.
Rep. Cornell has her hand up.
Representative Cornell.
I'd like to make a motion or a request, whatever it should be called. When we were talking about the amendment to 182, there seemed to be different answers to whether VLAX is accepted or not. And I'd like to ask the Department of Education for the list of schools who actually have rejected VLAX classes before we exec this. I would, you know, Dr. Ladd and Bridie Bellamy are the principals, and the superintendents associations are saying that in their recollection, there really aren't any that are rejected, but then we hear numerous times in testimony that the Department of Ed says that VLAX is rejected from schools. So I would like to know, you know, where the Department of Ed is getting that information, which schools are rejecting and how many there are.
Representative Cornell, you may ask them. Nobody's preventing you from doing that.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, so we have a few moments here. The other thing I'd like to briefly discuss is that we do have a subcommittee that's scheduled to meet at 10 o'clock on this Friday to look at the post-secondary merger. This is, in my way of looking at where we are in education in the state, a very, very important issue. How we manage our academic and financial affairs and addressing post-secondary education is extremely important. If anybody here has not had an opportunity to look at HB2 and to look at the language within HB2, which addresses this, I encourage you to do that. The committee is scheduled, and at this point, I have not changed any of the times. I know I've heard from several people that are in Merrimack County, and there's a conflict with the 10 o'clock meeting with the county delegation on that same day. That was unknown when we went and scheduled it. I also have Dr. Ed McKay scheduled to speak already at 10 o'clock on Friday morning. And Dr. McKay is a fountain of information. And I encourage anybody that's in this committee is welcome to listen and as we do in many of our subcommittee meetings, where we have participants on the side, and it's not a closed situation at all. We've had several reports which have been provided to us. Several reports by Oliver Ford, who was past president of University of Massachusetts Lowell, and went through this with Lowell Technical Institute in doing some merging there. I've read a report that deals with mergers in several other states, Connecticut, Minnesota, Alaska. I'm very familiar with the merger in Alaska, which created huge problems. Although Alaska is a very different state and has many different cultural aspects, and geographic distances are something that can't be compared to New Hampshire. They should be compared to the entire country. So by reading that, they come up with, and the report's been written by notable New England associations. There are 10 or so real concerns, elements that must be addressed. And so what we will be doing as a committee on that first meeting this coming Friday is working with Ed, trying to identify these broad themes which need to be conveyed to the finance people when they're looking at this issue of merger. Whether it can be achieved in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, what are the ramifications, the consequences that really are not known about at this point in time have been properly dealt with before we've done that giant leap. Because this will tear apart the present structure we have for how we run our post-secondary institutions. The trustees of the community college system, at the university system, will be done away with, and there'll be a new overarching trustee board of 15 people. That is, of that 1/3 will be appointed by the governor. The other 2/3 from the institutions involved. So I encourage folks, if you have a moment, to tune in. If you don't have a copy of the Zoom link for that, I'm asking now that Jennifer Ford, who's listening, that we would also ensure that that link is provided to all education committee members so you can hop online and listen and observe where we're going. Once again, this is a real important issue. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to make this a real proper study. We're going to just come out with some overarching facts, knowledge that we can find, and provide that to fiscal finance committee, and they can take and run with that information. So I see a hand up there. Is that you, Mary?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. We in Division 2 of Finance, we're also meeting with the university system and the community college. Is that the same meeting, or are these two separate meetings?
I believe they're two separate meetings. I've been asked by Karen Umberger to help provide this policy information. I'm figuring it's best that it come from policy people such as here. And we have some knowledgeable people on this committee that have backgrounds in this arena. So I think we can offer something to them, even though we don't have that much time, Mary.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So I think what Representative Heath was just highlighting was that Finance Division 2 is also meeting Friday at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's the same time.
Yes.
With the community college system and the university system.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and we also have a person scheduled to come in that has knowledge on what's going on with these, with accreditation and with the combining, merging of these systems throughout New England here on the following Friday. But hopefully at this Friday meeting, working amongst ourselves and working with that, we can come out with a short list of folks that might be able to come in and also offer us some support in trying to arrive at the end zone here that we have to get to.
Right. I certainly, I recognize what you're saying, Rick, that there's certainly an urgency and a timeliness, of this. So I do hope, though, we'll be able to have some representatives from the two systems to at least monitor this, well, obviously both meetings.
But the community college system did complete a recent study, and hopefully we can find the author of that study that helped write that, and bring some folks in from the. At this point in time, we're not going to be able to have somebody come from in all 7 institutions, but we have a representative of those 7, whether it be Susan Hewitt or be it somebody that's involved in that current study.
You're talking about the NCHEM study?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. And there are some great points that are mentioned in that we should be looking at that maybe highlight some of the elements or components that finance might want to consider. I know that they're having the other information provided to them. However, sometimes it's helpful for groups like that to get the cliff notes that we might be able to provide them. So once again, put down 10 o'clock. I recognize there's a conflict with the delegation at Merrimack County. However, I just feel very uncomfortable with where we are right now with such limited time to start changing and playing with that date. And also playing with Dr. McKay, which is kindly offered to give us his oversight or understandings of what we need to be considering and looking at in terms of merger. So with that, we'll be starting this out in about a minute here. Whereas I'm presenting this next bill, I'm going to be asking Representative Cordelli to chair this particular meeting or hearing. You can set that up. Yeah, I did. So I'll just give you this. So you'll.
Hey, I think it's that time, 1:30, which is the scheduled time for opening the hearing on House Bill 198. And I will do that at this time. And given the number of people who have signed up to testify and the time and the fact that we have a recessed bill still to deal with, I would like to limit time to 2 minutes for speakers and ask committee members to limit their questions, especially follow-ups, if we could. So with that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Could I just make a request that when you limit people's testimony, that you at least give them a 30-second warning and say that you're where it's going to be, that there's going to be a 30-second warning, you know, somewhere on the screen. I just find it very rude to just mute them. So without a warning. So, and I know Representative Leon usually does that quite well. I'm just hoping we have that and that it's someplace where the people that are testifying know that it's going to be, they're able to see that. Thank you.
I can do that for you. If everyone can see my screen, I'll let everyone know when there's 30 seconds left.
You look, I don't know, it's very dark in your screen, but give it a shot.
Can you see this? Where's my screen? Can you see that?
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
That's what I'll do. I agree. I feel badly cutting people off, but it just, there's no way to, you know, sorry.
I would also request that if people have written testimony, that they state it at the beginning and that they summarize their written testimony. Thank you.
That goes for everyone who signed up to testify.
Representative Cordelli?
President Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. Just a courtesy. I find it very difficult when people come and wait to speak on any issue, and then they find out right before they open the hearing, they're going to give them 2 minutes. I mean, whatever time you're going to mandate, and I understand this is a controversial bill, but it really would have been nice to announce during the day that on that hearing, there'll be 2 minutes or 3 minutes so that people could plan appropriately. It just seems like that's a hell of a lot of time to waste. People wait around 6 hours to talk for 2 minutes. So this is a courtesy from the House. If we know we have a bill where you're gonna limit testimony, then it'd be nice if you guys, anyone told it in advance. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will recognize the prime sponsor, Chairman Ladd.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd, representative from Haverhill, New Hampshire. And I'm here today to speak on behalf of HB 198 relative to exception to the opportunity for an education without discrimination. And in no way do I want to convey in my testimony that I'm contrary to 354A:28, the opportunity for a public education without discrimination. When we look at 354, there are exceptions for various other categories within this. And it's my opinion that we need to be looking at the possible exception in dealing with the topic that I'm going to go ahead and address at this moment. If enacted, this bill will prevent biological males who claim to be transgender from competing against biological females in the high school and post-secondary, interscholastic, and collegiate athletics. The bill further supports Congress's intended purpose of creating athletic opportunities for girls as enacted in Title IX 48 years ago. It is the sponsor's belief that RSA 354A:28, the opportunity for public education without discrimination, will be strengthened with this exception pertaining to high school and post-secondary sports. This is in keeping with Title IX and intended to preserve and provide women in sports. Title IX was created to advance opportunities for women, not biological men who claim to be women. For Title IX's purposes, sex means biological sex. Boys generally tend to be bigger, taller, stronger, and faster than girls, can jump higher and strike balls with greater force. All of which gives boys an advantage over girls in sports, which schools have traditionally reserved exclusively for girls, in sports such as field hockey and volleyball. Female track and field athletes might be considered elite when compared to other females, but their running times or jumping or throwing marks often pale in comparison to those of their male counterparts. In sports like basketball or soccer, a tall, strong, fast, athletic girl who dominates against other girls would likely be seriously outclassed when competing against boys. Physiological differences between sexes do exist. From a competitive standpoint, if males were permitted to compete with girls for positions on girls' sports teams, due to average physiological differences, males would displace females to a substantial extent. In respect to high school level athletics, open competition would, in all probability, relegate the majority of females to second-class positions as bench warmers or spectators. It therefore stands to reason that by letting boys, even those who claim to be girls, to compete on girls' teams violates the Equal Protection Clause and denies girls athletic opportunities provided under Title IX. Without a gender-based classification built upon biological gender in competitive sports, there would be a substantial risk that boys participating in girls' programs would dominate those programs and deny girls an equal opportunity to participate in interscholastic events. If an athlete's mere claim that he is female or vice versa takes precedent over, or at least is equal or given equal weight with biology, then the term sex is used as used in Title IX is rendered useless. Interpreting the Title IX to require that high schools shall permit transgender athletes to compete on whichever athletic teams match an individual's self-proclaimed gender identity would in fact disadvantage biological women and undermine the intent and purpose of Title IX. If the school has teams available for persons of his biological gender, then denial to participation on girls' teams is not discrimination. In fact, if a biological male is allowed to participate on a girls' team in this situation, it is the girls who are being discriminated against. In summary, the disregard of physiological differences between boys and girls most often results in disadvantages and endangers girls on the athletic field. Permitting non-biological girls participation in girls' athletics is contrary to legitimate and important government interest in correcting past discrimination practices and inequities in competitive athletics. Requiring sex-generated teams to include persons of self-proclaimed gender identity that does not match their biological gender would hinder and quite possibly reverse the steady increase women's participation and interest in sports that has taken place due to Title IX. Following President Biden's recent executive order on preventing discrimination on the basis of gender identity, Olympic track and field coach Linda Blade spoke. The leadership skills, all the benefits society gets from letting girls have their protected categories so that competition can be fair, all the advances of women's rights, that's going to be diminished. As a parent and a grandparent of girl athletes who have and are competing at the highest collegiate levels in this country, I am disturbed that that our political system is engaging in dismantling Title IX and all the exceptional gains made by girls since 1972. The athletic chasm between the sexes, which opens at puberty, is both permanent and unbridgeable. Once male puberty is complete, testosterone suppression doesn't undo the biological advances men possess: larger hearts, lungs and bones, greater bone density, more oxygenated blood, more fast-twitching muscle fiber, and vastly greater muscle mass. The fastest female sprinter in the world is American runner Alyssa Felix, a woman with more gold medals than Usain Bolt. Her lifetime best for the 400-meter run is 49.26 seconds. Based on 2018 data, nearly 300 high school boys in the U.S. alone could beat that mark. The spectacular records and achievements that Jackie Joyner, Althea Gibson, and Wilma Rudolph would never have been achieved had the world pitted their bodies against men. Yet here we are today, hearing a bill that, if not passed, could lead to the end of girls' sports and significantly reverse all the wonderful gains directly associated with Title IX. Thank you, and thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And to expedite time right here, I'm going to forego the question and answer period and let other folks who want to testify have that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, Representative Thompson will just go right down the list of people who have signed up.
So I do have Representative Tim Horrigan. It's our practice to let representatives go first, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to promote. Go ahead, Mr. Representative Horrigan.
Well, thank you very much. I didn't realize I'd be the first person to speak against this, but I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan. I represent Stratford County's District 6, the towns of Durham and Madbury, and so I strongly oppose this bill for the basic premise of trans women not really being women. I just absolutely disagree with. So that's, and I'm aware of the fact that men are generally bigger and taller and stronger than women. I mean, obviously there are some women who are much taller than men, especially me. I'm only 5'6", but I think this is something that should be left to the the athletic sanctioning bodies. The NHIAA has what I think is a really reasonable provision that you have to be, a young woman has to be living her life as a woman for purposes other than just athletic competition. So there's more to it than just saying you're a woman and going out and competing in a girls' high school sport or college sport. And the other competitions have the same thing. I will say this is an issue that's been around really as long as women have participated in professional sports. So even back in the 20s, 30s, or any woman excelled was often suspected of, being a what we now call a trans female, and most of them, but I don't think any of them were deliberately doing that just to game the system. It was just because of who they are. They had a famous American sprinter named Stella Walsh, who actually everybody except as a female presented as a woman. Everybody, she was unequivocally a woman, was even married for several years, and that turned out to be what they call, an intersex person. So she was like, a combination of male and female, and they didn't find out until she died. And that's a fact of life. But women, she was still a woman. The other women who competed in sports are also women, and so this is just this bill is not as bad as what we have in other states, but it's still a bad bill, and it should be ITL. Then we should, in any case, leave it to the various sports organizations, which have their own policies, and will continue to have their own policies, even if we even if we prohibit them from public school teams. And finally, this also impacts some activities which are mostly done by girls, but which occasionally boys participate in. Like this might ban, for example, boys from participating in, or young men participating in high school or collegiate cheer teams. So that's anyway, this is a bad bill. It'll just create more hatred where there's already too much hatred. So I urge the committee to find this bill inexpedient to legislate. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Horrigan. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none?
Oh, we have Rep. Sodi.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Sodi?
So thank you for taking my question. Representative, are you aware of anywhere where a biological female transitions to male and then dominates in that sport?
Representative, we're having a little trouble hearing you. Maybe we could try without video, maybe try a little bit better.
I mean, I think I heard him. Maybe I think he's asking if any, are there any trans male who had transitioned from being female and excelled in the sport. Actually, I'm sure it's happened. I do not know. So, but it's certainly there are trans men who were perceived as female early enough. That an accurate thing with Representative Soldi's question? I don't know. I mean, I know, for example, there is at a previous, when we had this bill, which I guess was in 2019, well, a similar bill in 2019, we did have some young men who were trans men came in who did participate in sports.
So my question was whether you know of any
biological, anybody who transitioned from male to female. There's been a number, there's a lot of controversy over that. I remember the only, I do remember there's a female East German athlete who did transition. Well, there's also, like, here in the United States, we have Bruce Jenner who transitioned from male to female. It's now, Caitlyn Jenner. No, I believe Caitlyn Jenner. I can't keep all those Jenners straight. I believe that's her name. And there was there's a East German triathlete who later went the other way and transitioned to male. So it does happen, but I'm not. I don't know. I'm not the expert on it, so probably you may have to do your own research on it before you decide which way to vote on the bill. But that's thank you. That's the best answer I have.
Thank you, Representative Floyd.
Next is Polana Belkin. You've been promoted. Go ahead and welcome to the occasion.
Hi, members of the committee. I want to appreciate you all taking the time to hear my testimony today. My name is Polana Belkin. I'm a Rochester resident and a city councilor here who is proud to call New Hampshire my home, and I'm strongly opposed to HB 198. In 2020, I authored a report titled The Case for Lived Equality in the Classroom, which was published by the ACLU of New Hampshire, and that examined the adoption of the New Hampshire School Board Association's model trans policy, JBAB, as well as New Hampshire's history of affirming trans identities, mostly students. In preparing the report, I spent most of last year personally reading through and analyzing about 196 public school and charter school policies across New Hampshire, and a little bit of the bigger picture of trans rights statewide. And I'd like to just share a few stats that I kind of took out of this report in compiling it. So over the past 6 years, 50 school districts across New Hampshire have passed their own trans student policy. So these 50 school districts, they cover about 40% of our state's total public school enrollees. So we have 40% of our students are attending a school where, one of these 50 times that a school board came together and identified the need for a trans student policy. 50 different times that a community identified that need for themselves and passed a policy. Two observations that I will elevate are that there's a really great geographic diversity amongst these districts. The first two districts to do so were Monroe and Epping, school districts as far north as Errol, as far west as Winchester and Keene, as well as our state's largest school districts, Nashua and Manchester, have all passed comprehensive transgender student policies that include athletics. Alton, Guilford, Nashua, and Manchester, and Muskoma Valley all passed their policies in the last year and a half, and those account for about 15% of our state's public school enrollees. When mixed with in 2010, the NHIAA said that trans students have the right and that there is a system of working that out. I think that it's no mistake that 50 different communities, the NHIAA, and the New Hampshire State Legislature many times over at this point. There have been so many bills and updates to it, have all arrived at trans folks deserving full inclusion under the law. I also think that it's no mistake that not once has a complaint been filed against a transgender athlete here in the state of New Hampshire. And I don't think that it could be any more clear that HB 198 is a solution in need of a problem. And I please encourage you to join me in opposing this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay, next we have Sophia Biondolillo. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name correct the last time. Welcome back to education.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you to the members of the committee for taking my testimony today. For the record, my name is Sophia Biondolillo. I'm 14. I live in Manchester, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the New Hampshire High School Democrats in strong opposition to HB 198. To address what one of the representatives said, I do have written testimony. I will send it to the committee after this. And if I had to summarize it in one sentence, I guess I would say that everything in the bill is based upon has been disproven, and it is openly discriminatory. So there are two things implied in this bill's findings that I'd like to address. First is that single-sex athletics are rooted in biological differences between the sexes, and that is just not true. The actual origin of segregated sports is because of the prevailing scientific theory in the 1800s, which was that the human body had a limited amount of energy, and that if a woman who was menstruating used any sort of mental energy while she was menstruating, she could hurt herself, and that is why they were encouraged only to play recreational sports that required very little energy. And now we still separate women from sports, but it is completely arbitrary and is not based on any real science, because obviously our theory of science has evolved since then. Secondly, the bill implies that trans girls have some sort of inherent advantage over cis girls, which is also not true. In 2017, Sports Medical did a comprehensive review of all research and reporting on the subject, and they found that, quote, there is no direct or consistent research suggesting transgender female individuals have an athletic advantage at any stage of their transition. And that is exactly what the issue comes down to. The idea that trans girls have an advantage totally overlooks the entire purpose of medical transition. Many trans athletes use hormone blockers and/or hormone replacement therapy, which lowers their testosterone to typical levels for their gender. This completely eliminates whatever advantage we might expect trans girls to have hypothetically. And to touch on my personal experience, I'm a member of the New Hampshire Junior Roller Derby team, which is completely co-ed. Our team is very diverse and includes boys, girls, non-binary people, tall people, strong people, and all different builds and variations within biology. This is not something that hinders our ability to play, but it makes the game more fun and makes skill more valuable. And if a trans girl wanted to enter our team, we would welcome her with open arms, as every team should. So in conclusion, by singling out trans girls and dividing them from their peers, we endorse transphobia, hate, bullying, and unproven science, and we contribute to the already stressful experience of navigating the world as trans in New Hampshire. And I urge the committee to recommend ITL on HB 198 so as not to endorse open discrimination against those most vulnerable in our communities and to protect trans girls. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
We'll look at your testimony online. Questions?
Rep. Lepkus has her hand raised.
Yes, Representative Lepkus.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. Is there any, I loved your example of the rollerblading. Is there any reason why we can't have more mixed gender sports than we do right now, which this bill is not against in any way? And that would provide a place for everybody to participate in sports.
I think that you are correct. I think that all sports should be co-ed, but also I think with the situation where it is right now, when we do have sports that are divided by gender, we should let people be on the appropriate teams because they are divided.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Megan Karen. Welcome to education.
Hello, yes, can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Great. My name is Megan Karen of Nashua. Thank you for allowing me to testify in opposition to this harmful bill. I was raised here in New Hampshire, and before I moved back, I was the program director for a nonprofit in Boston working with LGBTQ youth who were either at risk for commercial sexual exploitation or were being exploited at the time. And many of these youth were trans youth and experiencing homelessness. And I'll never forget one client said something that a client said to me when I asked them what led them to Boston. They said, there was nothing for me in New Hampshire. And I want that to sink in. This particular young person shared that they would rather be experiencing homelessness in a city where they can live as their authentic selves and have access to resources than to be in a place where they felt they were not welcome, they were not accepted, nor were they valued. New Hampshire is better than this, and our youth deserve better. Thank you very much for your time.
You. Questions from the committee? I do not see any, so thank you very much. And next, I believe we have
David Doherty.
David Doherty.
Welcome to education.
Thank you, and nice to see you all again. David Doherty from Pembroke. In the interest of time, let me just state that I have sent a letter to the committee, which I think sufficiently expresses my views on this bill. I find this bill to be discriminatory and onerous, and I would encourage the committee to ITL this bill. And thank you for hearing my testimony. Please just read my letter and have a good day.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your brief testimony. We appreciate it. Questions from the committee? I do not see any, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Chris Urchel. Thank you very much for coming back to education.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members of the committee. My name's Chris Urchel again. I'm an attorney with GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders, New England's go-to LGBTQ legal advocacy organization. I'm also a New Hampshire licensed attorney, although I am based in Boston. I'm emphatically opposed to HB 198. I've submitted written testimony to that effect, but I'll go through some oral points as quickly as possible. Everyone here is concerned about fairness in school sports programs. There is no disagreement about that. We all also believe in educational opportunities that must be available to all students equally. I'm going to try to explain a little bit more about why HB 198 takes away from that goal and why it doesn't provide any benefit to anyone. Transgender girls play sports for the same reason that any young people play sports. Participation in sports provides necessary opportunities for young people to develop critical life skills, including communication, teamwork, self-discipline, leadership, confidence. Everybody benefits when these opportunities are available equally to all students. I spoke this morning in a different hearing and I explained a little bit about who transgender people are. I made a key point in that hearing that it's imperative to the health and well-being of all students to be affirmed in their gender identity in all aspects of their life at school. This is true for transgender students and for non-transgender students. That means that during the school day, students should be affirmed, and it means the same for after-school sports programs. Every transgender student must be affirmed and treated as a whole person. Today's transgender students are our future neighbors, coworkers, educators, volunteers, parents. And all right, well, I see there's only 30 seconds left. I'm gonna rush to make a couple of really important points. One is that it's a misstatement that Title IX precludes transgender girls from playing in sports programs with boys. The Supreme Court has specifically said that sex discrimination laws apply to protect people based on transgender status. And also a conservative judge in Idaho appointed by Donald Trump just last year found one of these bills unconstitutional, a very similar bill. So this bill does not pass muster. The supporters of this bill say it's about fairness, but the truth is it's legislative overreach. It's in search of a problem that doesn't exist, and it imposes unfairness. I urge you, please vote ITL on this bill, and I'm open to any questions you have.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions, so thank you very much for sticking around today.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Jennifer Frizzell. I have promoted you. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Education Committee. I'm Jennifer Frizzell, and I'm here today on behalf of the New Hampshire Women's Foundation, where I serve as the Director of Policy, and we are strongly opposed to House Bill 198. The New Hampshire Women's Foundation invests in equality and opportunity for women and girls through research, advocacy, and philanthropy. And along with our predecessor organizations, the New Hampshire Commission on the Status of Women, the New Hampshire Women's Lobby, and the New Hampshire Women's Policy Institute, we've been a consistent and leading voice for the advancement and protection of women and girls here in New Hampshire for a combined 50 years. With regard to issues of sex and gender discrimination, we have a long history as a leading voice for Title IX here in the state, advocating for equity in school sports, opportunity for women and girls to benefit from athletic participation, and teamwork in competition. The fundamental premise of House Bill 198, that cisgender women and girls are better served by the exclusion of women and girls who happen to be transgender, is one that we reject at the Women's Foundation, and we encourage this committee to do the same. House Bill 198 is state-sponsored discrimination and promotes exclusion and unequal access to education. The impact of such discrimination can be severe and have lifelong harm for transgender children and youth, compared to allowing them to participate in recreational sports in affirming their gender identity, which can provide an enormous boost to their self-confidence and their self-esteem that will help them succeed in all areas of life. We believe that providing equal opportunities in all aspects of school programming should be the core value in education. This legislation would authorize schools and districts to violate New Hampshire's non-discrimination laws that have been worked on in many over recent years. Polana Belkin was able to point out that for you earlier in testimony, so I'm not going to review those, but those anti-discrimination laws to be inclusive of our transgender sisters are very important and are a foundation of the Women's Foundation's advocacy in this area. I want to emphasize what Chris Urchel just said. The policies advanced in 198 are actually at odds with Title IX, and the previous testimony about Title IX not being supportive of the inclusiveness of transgender women in sports is not a legal conclusion that's sound. The New Hampshire Women's Foundation is a state-based organization, but when we're working on issues like this, we look to national advocates as well. So the National Women's Law Center, the National Women's Sports Foundation, and the National Women's in College Sports are all organizations that are behind our position as well. I see my time is up. We at the Women's Foundation urge you to reject this proposal, and thank you for the chance to give testimony today.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Representative Moffitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jennifer, for your testimony, for taking my question. Would you believe that I had two daughters who played soccer at Concord High School, and there was a game against Goffstown where Katie and a Goffstown girl were both running full speed for a 50-50 ball. There was a collision. The other girl suffered a terrible broken leg. Ambulance came out. Both those girls weighed 115 pounds or whatever, something like that. Would you be concerned about a 180-pound player born a biological male running full bore from the other direction against a girl who, say, weighs 110 pounds for a 50-50 ball? Do you think that 70-pound disparity would put the smaller girl at significant physical risk?
Well, in the research that I've done around this issue and the experts that I've looked at, as well as the experience I know about adolescence and the fact that children of all genders grow at different stages and sizes, and whether or not they're of different biological sexes, that type of disparity exists. I certainly think that public safety and the safety of athletics have gone into the consideration of policies of expert organizations like the New Hampshire Interscholastic Athletic Association and the New Hampshire School Boards Association and others who have worked on this. And so I believe that the safety of participants is already in the forefront of sanctioning policies like the ones we support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sells. I do not see any other questions, so have a great afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have.
Next, I have Gwendolyn Gladstone, but I do not see Gwendolyn. I see a Wendy Gladstone. So I'm hoping that that is the same person.
Hello, this is Gwendolyn Gladstone. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Yes, hello. I'm Gwendolyn Gladstone. I live in Exeter. I'm a retired pediatrician, and I'm speaking today as a representative of the New Hampshire chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, which has a membership of over 240 pediatricians in the state. Our chapter strongly urges you to vote House Bill 198 inexpedient to legislate. Additionally, I've been asked by the New Hampshire Medical Society and the New Hampshire Psychiatric Association to let you know that they also strongly oppose House Bill 198. This bill would hurt transgendered children, would be extremely difficult to implement, and is not necessary to allow non-transgendered children a fair chance to participate in high school and post-secondary sports. I will be submitting these comments under a letter signed by our chapter president, Eric Schessler. Like all children, it's good for transgendered children to be physically, socially, and emotionally, for them to be physically active and to participate in sports with their friends and peers. Being excluded is especially hard for transgendered children because it aggravates their already high risk for depression and suicide. House Bill 198 would hurt these children who just want to play on teams like other kids and who especially need to be accepted by others. Boys who transition to girls may begin medical treatment at different stages. Before reaching puberty, boys and girls do not differ in height, muscle, or bone mass. There is no evidence that boys who've begun to transition to girls at this stage have any advantage in athletics. Optimal medical care for these children is to block puberty so that the expected rise in testosterone, increased muscle strength, and bone density do not occur. No child in these categories is any threat to girls playing sports. The NCAA specifically opposes discrimination against these young people. It also opposes what is sometimes called sex verification. This is the humiliating and at times medically impossible task of determining what sex a person is. Implementing House Bill 198 would be similarly humiliating and medically impossible. Not all humans are either male or female. There are people who fall somewhere in between these two categories into what is called intersex. Sex verification will not work for them. The NCAA said fears that men pretend to be female to compete on women's teams are unwarranted, given that in the entire 40-year history of sex verification procedures in international sports competition, no such instances of fraud have been revealed. Additionally, the American Academy of Pediatrics has a strong stance against discrimination on this issue. Therefore, we encourage the committee to vote the bill ITL. Thank you.
No. And if anyone has any questions, I do not see any. So thank you very much for being here. And our next person to testify
is Lorelei Godfrey. Welcome to education.
Hello. So hi, my name is Lorelei Godfrey. I go by she, her pronouns, and I'm 16 years old. And I'm also the secretary of New Hampshire's Legislative Youth Advisory Council, and I'm here today to speak on their behalf. And I also did submit written testimony as well. So the New Hampshire Legislative Youth Advisory Council strongly opposes HB 198, which restricts individuals assigned male at birth from participating in women's sports. And various testimonies have gone over this, but today I'm also here to talk about the impacts of this bill if it were passed. We argue that this bill is going to create more problems than it would solve, in that it would solve none. Haas et al. 14, citations which I've also linked to in my written testimony, reveals that members of the transgender community experience severely high suicide rates influenced by mental health factors like discrimination, the type of which this bill would promote, and as well as rejection or gender dysphoria. And sports have long been associated with improving mental health, as evidenced by Rosenbaum et al. 14 and Harji et al. 15. And they find that when access to sports is diminished, trans individuals feel alienated from their peers and their physical and social well-being are harmed. And this bill would prevent gender gender affirming sports at risk of isolating trans individuals and negatively impacting their mental health. So there's no singular case in New Hampshire in which a fair competitive playing field would not be guaranteed by sports under current regulation. And as previous testimonies have mentioned, right now the New Hampshire Interscholastic Athletic Association, or the NHIAA, already has a policy that evaluates trans women's participation in sports on a case-by-case basis in their policy statement and school recommendation regarding transgender participation. And this process resolves issues on an individual stance that takes into account gender affirmation and competitiveness. So this bill is not intended to promote fairness in women's sports because it ignores the current policies that already address it, and consequently, it is solely discriminatory and harmful. It might be said to be done in order to protect or promote women's sports, but excluding women from women's sports is not achieving that goal in any way. And allowing trans women into sports is not a reversal of women's rights in any way either, as Representative Ladd said, because in fact it's actually the ultimate representation of its promotion and protection. And it is far encompassing in its attempt to address any issue. And crafting a bill to entirely prevent transgender women has the potential to exacerbate mental health issues and suicide rates in our states. And for these reasons, the New Hampshire Legislative Youth Advisory Council is in strong opposition and urges a vote against HB 198. Thank you for your time, and I will answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you very much for being here. I see a question from Representative Cornell.
I just want to say thank you. That's the most information I've ever heard in 2 minutes in all my years on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, young lady, for taking my question. Approximately how many people make up the council, and where are they from?
So I think approximately 20 people make up the New Hampshire Legislative Advisory Council, and the application process is based on picking people from a wide geographic diversity to ensure each county in the state is represented.
Thank you so much. Well done, by the way.
Thank you.
Representative Thompson?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you have testimony prepared, could you send that in to our education committee?
Yes, I did email it to you guys this morning.
Thank you. Representative Muller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Laura Lee, nicely done. Very, very articulate and easily understandable. I have a question for you regarding the process by which LIAC comes to a decision or whatever about what to support. So today you came on behalf of LIAC. So am I correct in assuming that there is discussion among the members of LIAC regarding what you're going to support? And the second part of my question is, in your discussion, did you become aware of any schools or geographic regions where this was being presented as an issue?
Thank you so much for your question, Rep. Mullins. So yes, to answer your first question, there was a vast amount of discussion on this bill. There was an interest group that specifically studied it, and then we brought it to the rest of the council to go over, and thus we decided to vote against it. And then as to your second question, in our research, we did not find any school district or institution or club sport that had listed this as an issue. So yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. See no further questions. So thank you very much for being here. Next we have
Colin Goodbread. Welcome to education.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name's Colin Goodbread. I'm a resident of Hanover. I'm here to urge you to vote no on HB 198, and I have emailed my testimony to the committee already. So I'm a transgender man, meaning that I was assigned female at birth and have transitioned to living my life as a man. And I'm appalled that the legislators who are supposed to represent me are advancing a bill that is unfounded in medical research, would harm vulnerable students, and waste time addressing a problem that does not exist. I'm proud to participate on my school's triathlon team, where I'm fully welcomed on the team for exactly who I am. While my teammates and I train hard, I'm like the vast majority of transgender athletes. I'm extremely mediocre and certainly not a threat to anyone's professional athletic careers. Trans women and girls are not taking away anyone's opportunities for success. Indeed, a 2015 study by Dr. Joanna Harper found that transgender women performed similarly to how they had before transition in comparison to non-transgender athletes. That is, the vast majority of transgender athletes are like me, incredibly average. Yet this proposed legislation would require children who live their lives as girls and are seen as girls by all of their friends and family to compete only against men. HB 198 would be harmful to transgender students of all ages and their confidence and mental health. The sponsors of this bill claim to care about protecting young women in sports, but I'd like you to consider what other priorities support that claim. If our representatives truly care about protecting girls, we would see them passing legislation to fund women's health centers, advocating for sexual assault prevention, and working to improve the underrepresentation of female athletes in the media, not trying to prevent children from playing sports. So let's start making real progress towards gender equality and not making up problems that don't exist in the name of hate. Please vote no on HB 198. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Colin. Any questions from the committee? I not see any, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have Olivia up next.
Hello, thank you for having me. So my name is Olivia Goodwin, and I will be emailing my full testimony after this meeting. I stand in firm opposition to this legislation. I pole vault and long jump on Dartmouth's track and field team. I am a Division I athlete who does not identify as man or woman, though I am confined to compete on one of the two gendered teams at my school since our track program does not have a mixed team when we compete. I understand the primary fear that male to female athletes may have a physical advantage on women's teams. The NCAA handbook already has regulation protecting against competitive advantage. The most recent handbook is published online from 2011. On page 13, it states that a trans female athlete may compete on a women's team without changing the team status to mixed after she has completed a full calendar year of testosterone suppression treatment. The treatment may be in the form of hormone replacement or surgery, which prevents the body from creating male typical levels of testosterone. In either form, the 1-year time delay stands. This is according to the 2018 Inclusion Forum, focusing on transgender athletes' place within collegiate athletics. Finally, I would like to note this bill's interpretation of biological sex as it defines femaleness and maleness. The bill states that, quote, these differences limiting athletic teams to sex-specific biological teams ensure that biological females have equal athletic opportunities. The problem with this interpretation of biological sex is its erasure of the natural spectrum of testosterone level in, quote, biological females, which already allows for some competitors to have physical advantage, despite fitting into the socially agreed upon definition of female. A more productive change to athletics would be to remove gender categorization apart from self-defined teams. Instead of gender deciding who competes against who, competitors could be competing in tiers which they qualify for by their personal bests on record, or perhaps placement would be determined by physical height or weight, as many sports favor taller players and some sports already utilize those regulations. Think wrestling, for example. The award system would also be modified to reflect the tiers. Taking all of this into account, I urge everyone to vote ITL on House Bill 198, grant trans athletes the right to compete on their proper team, and grant trans athletes the right to play and compete. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just about nailed the 2 minutes. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Next, we have Christy Hagerty. Welcome to education.
Thank you for allowing me time today. I am here, and first of all, I just want to say, look at how hard these kids are having to work to convince you to be able to play on the field. I just have to say that. It's emotional. I'm testifying today on behalf of my 3 daughters, one specifically who turned 16 years old this week. She's testified at the State House in New Hampshire for her rights and continues to actively work for her rights as a trans girl in the state of New Hampshire. I continue to be impressed and in awe of her and all of the folks that have to fight so hard to just be here on this earth. When she is not busy being an advocate for herself, she enjoys playing soccer and downhill skiing. She has participated in the Oyster River School District and is now continuing her love for athletics at a private school, high school in our state. As her mom, I am here to ask you to consider that there are many children, almost adults, in this state that just want to play. They want to experience being a part of a team of peers to improve their physical abilities and just find joy participating. They are not looking to steal medals or cheat systems. Cheaters are always going to cheat. They just want to play. Please let my child continue to participate in her sports and athletics in the state of New Hampshire. And also, on behalf of my cisgendered daughters, I want to note that the idea of what they may be put to the test to describe or confirm their gender is also a very upsetting concept, as the doctor previously mentioned, sex verification. So is this really fair to any of the women being questioned on this bill? And I strongly oppose the passing of this. Thank you.
Testimony. No questions. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Jean Hruska from the ACLU. You've been promoted. Go right ahead, please.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jeannie Hruska, and I'm the political director for the American Civil Liberties Union of New Hampshire. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today in strong opposition to HB 198. And in the interest of time, I'm going to restrict my testimony to some of the potential legal consequences of passing this legislation. As you all know, the New Hampshire legislature defeated similar legislation last year in both the House and Senate. Since then, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in Bostock v. Clayton City that discrimination against someone because of their gender identity is sex discrimination. Moreover, I want to point out that recently the federal government has made clear that it intends to enforce Title IX consistent with the Supreme Court's holding in Bostock, such that any state that passes a law barring trans students from activities and spaces that align with their gender identity will risk their Title IX compliance and the millions of dollars they receive in federal education funding. I also want to note at the state level, Idaho passed very similar legislation last year, and the state immediately found itself in court where a judge imposed a preliminary injunction barring the law from taking effect. In his decision in that case, Judge Nye determined that those challenging the Idaho law were, quote, likely to succeed in establishing the act as unconstitutional as currently written due to the inescapable conclusion that the act discriminates on the basis of transgender status. The judge noted that the state had not identified a legitimate interest served by the act other than an invalid interest of excluding transgender women and girls from women's sports entirely. In sum, this extreme policy violates the U.S. Constitution and federal civil rights law, puts New Hampshire at risk of losing hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funding, and costing the state more money in litigation costs, and harms transgender youth. And in terms of litigation costs, I will note that the Idaho litigation has already cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that price tag is rising. If the case ultimately goes to trial, we expect it to cost at least $5 million in costs and fees. And during a pandemic, I would dare to suggest that Granite Staters can think of much better ways to spend their tax dollars than on litigation to defend a bill that violates state and federal law. I will send in my written testimony. I'm happy to answer questions, and I strongly encourage this committee to vote ITL on HB 198.
Thank you very much. I see no questions, so.
Yep. Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Ms. Hruska, for joining us this afternoon on that. So, you know, looking beyond just the blatant unfairness and discrimination that's at work here, I was wondering if you could break down the financial impact in terms of loss of federal funds, both on the primary, secondary, and post-secondary educational systems.
I don't have those numbers, though I strongly encourage this committee to take a close look at those numbers. I'll just reiterate that again, since the Supreme Court's decision in Bostock, courts have repeatedly held that Title IX's prohibition on sex discrimination prohibits discrimination against transgender students. So this bill will violate Title IX. And so any funding that the state gets from the federal government that requires compliance with Title IX would be threatened were this bill to pass.
Thank you.
So follow up on that, Mr. Chair.
Please.
So not only would that affect Title IV federal student loans, but could that also affect the hundreds of millions of dollars in research grants?
I believe so, yeah. This bill applies to post-secondary education. So I think the state should take a very careful look at all the education funding it gets from the federal government before it contemplates passing this bill.
Thank you.
Very much.
Okay, our next testifier is Lane Jocelyn, or sorry, yes. Yes, thanks, Jocelyn. I promoted you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Lane.
Hello, my name is Lane Jocelyn. I was born in Portsmouth and I'm currently a sophomore in high school. I also happen to be a transgender girl. As you can see, I am 5 feet 6 inches tall and 100 pounds. I hope you understand that I don't pose any physical threat to anyone else on the soccer field. I absolutely love the sport of soccer. I played for the last 10 years and I've played on the girls soccer team for the last 5 years. Playing soccer has always been the highlight of my day, each summer and fall. It's my opportunity to work out, to collaborate with other girls with the same passion, and just have fun. I usually play center striker. Last year, the Exeter girls junior varsity team had just suffered a huge loss against our rival, Andover. We were all crying on the way home and hugging each other in consolation. Then, one of my team captains started playing Party in the USA on a speaker, a pop song by Miley Cyrus. Needless to say, everybody knew the song. Soon we were all laughing up from our seats, waving our hands around, screaming the lyrics. We were all laughing and singing the notes totally off key, but it was a complete blast. Our mood shifted from miserable to joyful. I loved every minute of it. Sharing the sting of the loss, trying to figure out what we could have done better, and a short time later, getting over the pain and simply loving being teammates. It is one of my most cherished memories. Please don't deny other transgender girls the opportunity to have these experiences and the ability to be on a team, just having fun and learning about sportsmanship. Everyone should be able to participate, regardless of their gender identity. And FYI, not one person on my soccer team last year knew I was transgender, but if they had known, I can guarantee you they wouldn't have cared. Hopefully that shows just how little it matters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Lane. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay.
Next we have Elizabeth Leahy. Just promoted her. Welcome to education.
Can you hear me?
All set.
Okay, great. My name is Elizabeth Leahy, and I am here to testify in opposition of HB 198. In 2019, the state recognized that all people, regardless of a number of bases, including gender and gender identity, have the right to fully participate in, enjoy the benefits of, and be free from discrimination in public schools. New Hampshire codified these rights in New Hampshire law. The bill today seeks to roll back the recognition of these rights and create an exception to these anti-discrimination protections. The government is wrong anytime it seeks to walk back rights and legalize discrimination against a targeted group of people. I am a lifelong athlete, and including was one at the Division I level. I'm acutely aware of the value of school athletic programs that they provide to all students, but particularly girls: leadership, confidence, teamwork, and discipline. All girls are entitled to this opportunity, and especially so within our public schools. Though the stated goal of the bill is to preserve girls' athletics, if implemented, it would actually hinder and set a ceiling on girls' athletics. Inherent in the bill is a proposition that girls are superior to boys, and that if a girl is too good, she must not really be a girl. We see this nationally and internationally with athletes like Caster Semenya and even Serena Williams. Bills like this create a framework to gatekeep womanhood, and all women suffer under these types of restrictions. Lastly, this effort is rooted in fear and entitlement and not in science or reality. Nowhere in this country are trans athletes dominating any level of athletics. Instead, trans people are like cis people. Some are very good athletes and some are bad athletes. Very few are exceptional athletes capable of dominating competition. As we, as a society, continue to broaden our understanding of what it means to be a woman, we must actively reject feelings that something to which we feel entitled is being taken away. Trans women have the right to participate and succeed in something, athletics or otherwise, without being accused of taking from cis women. Rather than teaching kids that they've been harmed when somebody is finally afforded an opportunity after long being denied it, we should teach them the importance of recognizing others' humanity. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I ask you to ITL the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I see no questions, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Barbara Cloud is next.
Yep. Go ahead, please. Welcome to education.
Hi. Thank you for your time and attention. I think everything that I would like to say has pretty much been covered. My transgender daughter has never been through male puberty, and she has less testosterone in her body than a typical girl, according to her pediatric endocrinologist. So she has no physical advantage over anyone. As a high school athlete myself, I understand how important the work ethic, the goals, the skills, being outside, just being part of a sports team, how critical that is to development for teenagers and kids. And there's no reason why all three of my children shouldn't be able to participate in that one should be singled out. So I'm going to wrap it up there because I think, my point of view has been covered very well by so many different people, but I would just want to add that when I hear legislators in New Hampshire discuss transgender people and say that they're pretending to be girls or claiming to be girls, it makes me realize there's a lot of education that needs to be done. And I would urge the legislators who don't understand what it means to be transgender to dig a little deeper and try to get educated, because it's very insulting to hear that kind of language. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Haas.
I guess, Ms. McLeod, if you signed in support of this bill, I would imagine that that's not what you were.
Oh, yes, no, I oppose this bill. I'm sorry, maybe I clicked the wrong box. My apologies.
We'll adjust it on our end.
That's the first time that's happened.
Representative
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. Mr. Cloud, thank you for taking my question. Does your transgender daughter participate in sport now at whatever level she's at?
Yes, she does. It's been a huge, you actually met her. That's Lane, is my daughter.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So
good.
yeah, I'm very proud of her. And I can't emphasize enough how important sports has been to her feeling part of her community. And, I think that her social transition that happened in 5th grade really changed her life to be able to be her authentic self and be the happy, kind, loving, smart kid that she is, very engaged. And, if she hadn't socially transitioned at that time, like people have said, the outcomes are not what they are when they get full acceptance, not just from family, but from school communities and the greater community. And this, as a business owner in Portsmouth, this would be a big black eye for our state.
One follow-up, Mr. Chair, if I may. I'll be quick. Thank you, Ms. McCall. One more question. In the parent community, which I'm sure you're involved in around your youngsters, is there dialogue? Is there talk one way or the other?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that Jeannie's point that this will cost the state a lot of money is very accurate. There is a large mama bear community of parents and fathers as well who really understand that we need to have our kids' backs, and we will go to the mat for them. I mean, if Governor Sununu, I don't believe he would ever sign this, but if this became law, there would be lawsuit after lawsuit.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next we have Lonnie.
Yep, next we have Ani Malachi. Welcome to education.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chair, and for the rest of the committee. My name is Ani Malachi. I am the Executive Director of the Human Rights Commission, and I will take my 2 minutes and move as quickly as possible just to give you a brief understanding of who we are and what we do. We, the commission, do not have a position on this bill. My conversation is really to just give you a little information of what it is that we do, and to certainly answer any questions the committee may have. So in case people are not aware, the Human Rights Commission was established in 1965 by RSA 354A for the purpose of eliminating discrimination in the areas of employment, housing, public accommodation, and as of 2019, SB 263 added K through 12 education into our statute. And previous to that, in 2018, HB 1319 added sexual orientation to the statute. The commission is comprised of 7 volunteer commissioners who provide oversight and make decisions on charges of discrimination. Each commissioner is appointed by the governor with the consent of the Executive Council for a term of 5 years. The commission has the power to receive, investigate, pass upon complaints of illegal discrimination, and to engage in research, education, and community outreach designed to prevent discrimination. In addition to the authority vested in the commission by RSA 354-A, we enforce New Hampshire's laws against discrimination. And we also partner with the EEOC, which is also known as the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, to enforce federal laws prohibiting discrimination in employment as well. Very quickly, so what if HB 198 is to pass? Certainly the commission will follow the lead of the legislature, and we will enforce whatever laws you put on the books. Ultimately, the HRC would request clarity in our statutory language as to who can bring a claim, who and what grounds to avoid any conflict. So this would actually create potential conflict within the statute as to protection and no protection. And there is no way to know what the federal laws would potentially be moving through Congress. And we would like to make sure that we are congruent with federal law and that we are not out of step with what the federal law is, and that we're not creating any confusion here within New Hampshire. Thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions for me relative to 354-A, I'm happy to take them at this time.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for being here. Questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any, so
Sorry.
Representative Hobson.
Really quick, thank you very much for answering the question. Did you send in testimony to this effect?
I did not.
Okay.
Is there, would you, I can certainly email what I read.
I would like to research that statute later on.
I'm sorry, which?
The 354J that you mentioned.
Oh, our statute? Certainly, I can email you the statute, and then I can give you the bills that the 2 bills that I mentioned, one in 2018, one in 2019, if you would like.
That'd be great.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Amy Manzelli, and I believe there are a couple of Manzellis.
Yeah.
So,
We have the Manzelli plan testifying.
welcome to education.
Hi there. Sorry about that. My computer just blinked out on me. Good afternoon, Chair Ladd, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today on behalf of myself and my husband, Chad Turmel. We did submit a letter over email dated March 6th, so I'm sure you've got that in your record. The letter details 3 things, which I'll just touch on briefly because I know you have that. It talks about the rich sports history of our family, the process that our transgender daughter has gone through to come out, and the risks to her well-being if this bill were to pass. Beyond that, I wanted to get into a few details. First, 2 points that are not in my letter to correct the record. Being transgender is a legitimate medical condition diagnosed by a licensed provider. It's called gender dysphoria. Secondly, the alleged distinctions that Representative Ladd made as between different gendered people are false. All trans children, like my daughter, who transition before puberty especially, I have no difference in any of those measures with respect to athletic performance. So I just wanted to cover a couple points highlighting from my letter. If this bill is passed, our transgender daughter will never have the right to play sports in school. Not at middle school, where she is right now, not at high school, and not at college. She will not have the right to play on a girls' team, and she would never play on the boys' team because she's not a boy, she's a girl. This would be fundamentally unfair to her. Our daughter has the right to be included in girls' sports. Now, as I said, the letter describes her coming out, but I wanted to highlight something because it really reinforces how real this is. Her journey began at age 3 when, out of nowhere, what she wanted for Christmas was for Santa Claus to make her a girl. And of course, being a girl, and now that she's grown up a little bit, she wants to play girls' sports. And when it's not a global pandemic, hopefully she'll have the right to do that. And I wanted to touch on the connection with COVID because it hasn't been mentioned yet, and it's incredibly important. As we are hopefully heading towards a lessening of restrictions of the pandemic this coming academic year, it will be the most important time in my daughter's life. I will see that this is time. Let me just wrap up this point as quickly as I can. She, like so many of our children, has been isolated from the social and emotional growth that comes with full-time in-person school and extracurriculars. That's nobody's fault. That's been, taken away from her and so many other kids, but it makes next year so important. As she enters 6th grade at Three Rivers School, she becomes eligible for lots and lots of sports teams, unless, of course, a bill like this is passed and becomes law. So there's a few more points in my letter, and I commend those to your attention. But as a parent of a transgender student, my husband and I, we're in that Mama Bear, Papa Bear club. Please, please do not take away our daughter's right to engage in sport. I thank you for your time, and I welcome questions.
Thank you very much for questions. I see none from the committee, so thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Corneli, we have several Manzellis scheduled to testify.
Were there more?
I'm not sure. I don't see any others.
The Jean Manzelli and Jenny Manzelli are in the House, and you could take them now if you chose to. They are also, equally amenable to testify later.
Okay, well, we do have them scheduled for right now, alphabetically. So if you want to,
if they could testify together to sort of.
It'll just take one moment. Thank you. Thank you all. Here comes Jenny.
Hi, everyone.
Aye. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. Honorable Chair Ladd, and members of the committee, I, Jenny Manzelli, resident of Pembroke, New Hampshire, am here to respectfully request that you vote down House Bill 198. I'm here today to stand up and support my transgender niece. I happen to live with a chronic disease called hereditary angioedema, but that's not what I'm here to talk about today. However, living with this chronic disease has left me with the emotional traumatizing scars. I've been hospitalized several times, and each experience I've had to endure a sense of vulnerability, alienation, exposure, and invasion of my privacy. And there's a stigma that I carry on my shoulders because of this disease. I ask you to take a step back. Would you want that same feeling for your nephew or niece? How would you explain to any child that because of the fact that other people choose to be perhaps narrow-minded or uncomfortable, that she is the one who has to suffer and undergo this outrageous exclusion? My niece is a girl, more girlier than me, perhaps. Denying her and other girls like her the right to play sports would have a direct correlation to increased suicide rates. Unsupported transgender women are among the highest ranked individuals to commit suicide. How would you feel if my transgender niece, who's already struggling with bullying, depression, and anxiety, if she attempted to take her life because of being deprived the benefit of playing sports? If my niece cannot play on a girls' team, what is she supposed to do? She's a kid. Children are supposed to run around with their peers, get dirty, scrape their knees. How can she get the proper mental, physical, and social development if she does not have the opportunity to interact with your peers on the basketball court or on the soccer field or at the starting line? We all want the same for our children and families. We want them to grow up to be successful adults and contribute to the community in a positive way. Now is the time for people like my niece to learn the value of teamwork, fair play, communication, and respect for others, and the ability to follow rules and to cultivate independence and leadership. Thank you so much for considering to vote down House Bill 198. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Yeah. Ms. Eller?
Morning, afternoon. Another Manzelli. Good morning, Honorable Chair Ladd and members of the committee. My name is Jean Manzelli. I live in Concord, New Hampshire, and I am here today to adamantly oppose HB 198. I'm not an attorney, nor am I a politician. I'm just a simple grandmother to a beautiful transgender granddaughter. I come with a lot of experiences that relate to today's discussion with a message of importance to you all. I would like to present you with a perspective, one that you possibly have not considered as of yet. I married in 1972 to a man whose path in life was just beginning. How does this relate to the proposed bill we are here to debate? Let me explain. As it turned out, my husband became a beloved high school coach for the sport of lacrosse for 35 years. I was totally unaware of the benefits of being a member of a sports team, but over the years, I became witness to the countless children whose lives were changed forever just from being actively involved in the school sport. There were the children who felt insecure with low self-esteem. There were the children who were heading towards a troubled and possibly criminal path. There were the children who were trying to survive the many kinds of unfortunate family situations that they had to endure. There were the children who were a bit full of themselves and needed to understand there is no I in team. There were the children who were depressed, deflated, and felt alone. There are many other scenarios, but you get the picture. The very biggest benefit for all these children, which I witnessed on endless occasions, was the opportunity for college education to those who never thought that was possible for them. So many became recipients of athletic college scholarships, which shaped their lives forever, all as a result of their hard work and dedication to a team school sport atmosphere. A small example of how these children grew up and went on to impressive careers and lives is that when my husband passed away, the condolences came from all over the world, including an official documented moment of silence in the Massachusetts State House. Over the 35 years of being involved in a school sport, we saw children grow up and become educated, productive, and responsible adults. This all boils down to school sports and all the lessons that they learned on a team and how that benefited them for their whole lives, not just until the doors closed after they graduated. And now you are considering denying all of these immeasurable benefits to a selective group of children. Do you understand my message today? I hope that I have conveyed to you what the wondrous results of being involved in a school team can be. This is what I wanted to bring to the table today, a different but very important view of how children will be affected if this bill passes. Please don't deny the opportunity to possibly change their entire adult lives just because of gender identity. It is so terribly unfair to them. As I stated, my husband, the coach, passed away. If he were still here today, he would be standing beside me and defending our very special transgender granddaughter and her rights. She is just beginning the experience of being a team member in a sport. This should not be taken away from her simply because of the whims of a group of misinformed, hateful, and discriminatory people. Please don't be the reason for this happening with the passage of this bill. Thank you for listening to me.
I see no questions. Thank you very much.
Next we have State Rep Maria Perez. Thank you for coming to education.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and all members of the committee for letting me speak on this bill. I'm calling against this bill. I believe we have enough discrimination against transgender people, against people of color, against all people here. We don't need any more bills to discriminate. We need people to unify. Right now is the time for us to work to unify our communities, to make everybody feel welcome, especially the kids. I heard all these testimonies. My heart is crying, my heart is broken. We don't need these kids to go through this horrible situation that they have to go through just to explain themselves why they have the right to be playing in sports. We don't have the right to be told you were born as a boy and you were born as a girl. We have to respect whatever they want to be in life. And I will ask this committee, please vote no on this bill. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak up, and I will take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. I do not see any questions, but thank you very much for being here.
No, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Next one. I think this might be.
Yeah.
Maxwell?
Ms. Maxwell.
Right there. Welcome to education.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. Thank you for taking my testimony in opposition to HB 198. My name is Abby Maxwell. I live in Concord and I am representing myself. Growing up, each winter I had the opportunity to be on a ski racing team. In a dark childhood, it was my brightest spot, and I know that much of the confidence that carried me to adulthood was born directly from it. Now I have the privilege of skiing with my daughter, who is 8. This year, we have frequently skied while school teams are practicing. She asks about how fast they go, and then she asks if she will be able to race like that when she is older. I tell her that of course she will, knowing I will have to work so hard to make my words true. My daughter has a good, happy childhood, but she does not have an easy one. In 2nd grade, she was bullied for her gender so much that the ACLU and GLAAD had to step in, and our family had to move to keep her safe. She lives with the knowledge that some people will not like her because of who she is. She knows that her rights are never a given. This is a lot for an 8-year-old to carry, yet somehow, against all odds, my daughter continues to know that to be transgender is a rare but wonderful thing. Yet my husband and I hold fast to all the areas where we see her confidence grow. We don't just put money aside each year so she can ski because it's fun. We do it because we know the statistics that result from living in a culture that tells her from so many angles that she is wrong, different, and unworthy. We know that something as simple as skiing could save her life. My daughter is a girl. She will not grow up to race with the boys, and to ask her to is an act of bullying and exclusion. So before you vote, I would urge you to imagine what it might be like to look into my daughter's eyes and to tell her that no, in fact, she will not be allowed to race or play any sport when she is older because adults in her community believe there is something dangerous about her. If you did that, you would be forced to see how cruel this bill is. I urge you to oppose HB 198 and instead to continue the work of building a New Hampshire that lives up to the values we all try to teach our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I do not see any questions, so I can't thank you for being here.
Okay, next we have Beverly McDougall.
McDougall.
To education.
Hello?
Hi, you're on.
Okay, just making sure that works. So I am Emily from Dover here opposing HB 129. I'm a transgender woman myself. I'm a doctoral student at UNH working on my degree, PhD in physics. And I've also been a distance runner for the last 10 years since I was in high school myself. I was on cross country in high school and I've been running ever since. I'd like to object to the notion that trans women would dominate women's sports. I've been in the same sports before and after transition. And as was previously stated, trans people tend to perform similarly pre-transition as they do post-transition. Pre-transition, my run times for a 5K, which is 5 kilometers, roughly 3.1 miles, was about 28 minutes pre-transition, which is roughly slightly below average for male standards. I actually ran one yesterday, which I timed at 37 minutes, which as it turns out is slightly below the female average for 5K times for women in my age bracket. So my experience alone just says that it is very misguided to operate on the presumption that being transgender would automatically give me an advantage. For me, it certainly does not. And thus a bill that is such predicated on such a generalization, I think is very much a mistake. But having also been a distance runner for the last decade, I will say that participating in sport has been a tremendous benefit both to my scholastic achievement and my mental health. When I am struggling with problems in research, comprehensive exams, or other coursework related to graduate school, I will sometimes go out and run just for 2 hours, just to clear my head and get my endorphins up. I found that's been invaluable to my studies and my career success long term. I also have plenty of wonderful memories from my time as a high school student and all the friends that I made running cross country back then. And I would hate to deny any future trans girls and trans women the same opportunities that I was afforded in running sports, especially because I know that had I figured out sooner than I did that I was trans, I definitely would not have wanted to participate on any boys' teams. So given that, in good conscience, I cannot support a bill like this and urge the committee to vote against it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I see no questions, so thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Val Moyer. Welcome to education.
Hi, thank you everyone. Here, let me start my video. Thank you for hearing my testimony, and thanks to Emily. I'm happy to follow a fellow distance runner. So I'm Val Moyer. I'm a former collegiate runner at University of Vermont, and I'm currently a PhD candidate in women's gender and sexuality studies. And my dissertation looks at transgender participation policies at the international level for women's track and field. So I am here today to strongly oppose this bill. I'm also open to questions on my research, but I chose to go for a more personal route for this testimony. I'm a cisgender woman, meaning that I identify with my assigned sex at birth. And in high school, I trained hard and I was good at running, but I was far from state podiums in my home state of Virginia. I wasn't making headlines. No one knew my name, but I got recruited to a Division I program on a partial scholarship. I bring this up to say that thanks to Title IX, there are spots and scholarships, thousands of them across the country for women who do well in high school sports. And that this should absolutely not be the main point of high school sports, which should be supportive and inclusive spaces for everyone. But the idea that trans girls are somehow swooping in and dominating is ludicrous. It's a scare tactic that's not based in reality. Because one, trans girls are girls, and two, because recruiting on college teams is an individual process, which mostly depends on communication between college coaches and prospective athletes. So during my time at UVM, the NCAA has had a trans inclusion policy in place since 2011, and many people, including myself, have worked hard in the decades since to ensure that this was followed on the ground within athletic departments so that all student athletes feel welcome and accepted on their team. This bill would undo all of that work, and it would move us backwards. All of the effort in writing and legislating this bill is frankly a waste of time, and it's only harmful. It is addressing a problem that doesn't exist. There are many problems facing women's sports, from sexual harassment to inequitable funding, media coverage, gender equity in coaching and administration, but trans girls and women competing are not one of those problems. As a society, we need to accept the fact that trans women are women and trans girls are girls. So then the question boils down to, should girls be allowed to compete with other girls? And the answer is yes. Therefore, I cannot support this bill going forward into the legislation. Thank you.
Your testimony. No questions, so
Me.
on.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. And thank you, Ms. Moyer, for coming in and testifying. You referenced research that you've done, and it sounds like you've devoted a fair amount of time to the topic. Is it possible, do you have any sort of reference sheets or cliff notes on data, if you will, that you could send to the committee regarding the number of incidences and outcomes?
Yeah, absolutely. I can pull kind of a lit review and send it to the committee for sure. But I do want to clarify, I heard a couple of questions at the beginning. There have not been any instances in the history of women's sports, of modern women's sports, of people transitioning to female simply for the purpose of performance advantage. That has not happened. I can say that outright. So
thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to send that information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that Porter?
Yeah, next we have James Porter.
Hello, everybody. Hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much. My name is James Porter. I'm a resident of Manchester, New Hampshire. I've also been a youth sports coach for the last 25 years, including high school, cross country, and track. I'm a member of the Manchester School Board, although I'm not here representing them today, but we did pass a transgender non-binary policy that I'm very proud of. And I'm also married to a physician who in 2004 was voted the top family practice doc in the state by her peers. So when we were discussing this policy, I did a really deep dive. I'm a bit of a research dork and really got into it. And I'm here today to strongly oppose this bill on three basic points. Number one is the law. As we heard earlier in the Bostock Supreme Court ruling, which was 6-3, Trump appointed Justice Neil Gorsuch said it was illegal to discriminate based on gender identity, and the Constitution guarantees the right of equal protection under the law. So I believe that this is illegal on a federal level. Number two, I think it's important to really listen to the doctors. And I know we heard someone from the American Academy of Pediatrics. Their 2018 report stated that trans kids face disparities from inequitable laws and policies, social discrimination, access to healthcare, and opportunities for successes. And they urged lawmakers to pass proactive policies and protections that promote inclusion and safety, including access to bathrooms, clubs, high school sports teams, locker rooms, and everything that corresponds with their gender identity. So from listening to the doctors about what they think we need to do about the kids that are most at risk, they seem to be fully in support of that. Also, in terms of like the locker room policy, I think it's important to note for the safety of kids, there's a huge component about sexual assault that happens. And if you pass policies that give them protections, you basically decrease their risk of being sexually assaulted. And I think that's important. Lastly is just the human element. I've coached transgender athletes, and I can tell you from the bottom of my heart, they just want to be on a team. They want to go to a pasta party on a Friday night. They want to high five their teammates and talk about watching The Office on Netflix the night before. And seeing the reaction of parents, at team parties, I mean, they were crying because for the first time in their life, their kid felt a connection to other kids. And I just think that this policy is 100% wrong. And, other people have said things, it's a solution in looking for a problem. And that's basically it. There is no domination going on. I haven't seen it in 25 years. Transgender athletes have been around this whole time. So I strongly oppose it, and I'm willing to take any questions. And I have an answer for a previous one if the chair would allow. Thank you.
Can you make that point briefly?
Sure. Somebody had asked if there was ever a trans man that had quote unquote dominated, and Chris Moser is a 3-time national champion in the biathlon and the triathlon, and has represented the United States at the international level 6 times. So that has happened. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no questions, so thank you for your testimony.
Sarah Smith, Jennifer Smith. Okay, Jennifer, you've been.
Excuse me, can you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm Dr. Jennifer Smith. I'm a retired family physician, and I'm here to oppose this bill. And I have sent in testimony. I hope that you will read it. There is a link to an article there, and I will emphasize that because everything else I have come to say has been said before, and I don't want to reiterate, but all of the other opposition is quite correct. There is this question about whether there is an advantage if perhaps someone transitioned partway through their high school or junior high from having had testosterone. And while there might be some temporary advantage, it clearly is something that would turn around. And I would also point out that exogenous testosterone, that is testosterone given by injection or by transcutaneous patches is something that a girl who was born a girl could use too, if someone was really intent on cheating. But in fact, when people's testosterone is suppressed, as all transgender girls will want their testosterone suppressed, then it goes down and it does not continue the advantage. And we all know that the skeletal differences, height and so forth, are really very much a broad spectrum and much overlap. And the article that I sent you suggested that if you were going to use levels of hormones to decide who could compete as a girl, that maybe the upper limit of testosterone should be 5. But it also pointed out that, in fact, most women, fully pubertal girls and women, are at 1.7 or less. So there's actually a marked disparity, and that's because there are a small percentage, actually a fairly decent percentage, of women and girls who have polycystic ovary syndrome, which causes high levels of testosterone. And in fact, they are overrepresented among elite athletes. So there is, in fact, the possibility that the girls in Connecticut who are objecting to trans girls running against them were, in fact, themselves at higher testosterone levels than the trans girls they were competing against. So this is kind of a strange bill that has no basis in fact, and you need to ITL it. Thank you. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time here.
See our next speakers. Yeah. No speaker either, do you? No. Courtney Tanner, your next up. Okay, go ahead, please. Courtney, she's gonna take a second.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Ladd and honorable members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I know that you've heard a lot of testimony in opposition on this bill this afternoon, and I'm here to add to that opposition. My name for the record is Courtney Tanner. I'm the Director of Government Relations at Dartmouth-Hitchcock. And Dartmouth-Hitchcock cares about this bill because we are the home to the only pediatric endocrinology program in New Hampshire. I want to raise up, I won't take too much of your time. Again, I know you've heard a lot of opposition, but I want to raise that Jessica Smith, our program coordinator of the pediatric and adolescent program at DH's endocrinology program, has submitted written testimony for the full committee. Jessica is a practicing APRN, and Jessica has outlined clinical reasons for Dartmouth-Hitchcock's opposition to House Bill 198, and would urge you to review her written testimony. In addition to Jessica's testimony, I would like to offer our clinical team. Our clinical team is eager to answer any questions that the committee has, and while you contemplate House Bill 198, I'm happy to take questions, but I'm even more happy to serve as a connector to our clinical team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Courtney. I do not see any questions, but we will keep your email address in case there are questions for your team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See the next person on the list. Are you looking ahead?
Jonathan?
John. Yes. Okay, Jonathan, welcome to education. Go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you. Hi, my name is Jonathan Weinberg. I'll make this brief because I think everyone else has had very substantive testimonies. I'm a recently elected member of the Concord School Board, but I'm speaking in my capacity as an individual and not on behalf of the board. I think we've heard a very heart-wrenching and also very impactful testimonies from everyone. And just as public servants, especially as one in education, I'm committed to using my position to fight to make New Hampshire schools more inclusive and equitable for all students, as I imagine each of you are fighting for your constituents who would be adversely impacted by the passage of this legislation. Protecting the rights of students should be a primary duty of elected officials, legislators, and community members. I just urge everyone to think about the stories you heard today and think about how everyone will be impacted. And I urge you to vote this bill an expedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I see no questions.
Thank you. We do not see Kelsey Wilson.
Right. Right.
So we do have three hands raised. Yep. Should I be normal and up there?
No, let's start at the top.
Tristan McLean, I'm going to allow you to talk. Go ahead, please. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Just give me one moment. I gotta my testimony. Also, I apologize. My voice sounds hoarse. I'm just getting cold. Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. Thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak today. I was informed of the bill this morning, and I'm speaking off the cuff in strong opposition of HB 198. My name is Tristan McLean of Plymouth, New Hampshire, and I'm speaking on behalf of Black Lives Matter North Country. This bill is founded in disinformation, and for the sake of not reiterating the articulated and impressively prepared testimonies prior, the foundation of this bill is overtly oppressive, discriminatory, unconstitutional, and ostracizes the transgender community beyond what they currently experience. As previously stated, transgender students are not at a physical advantage in their respective sport, despite biological gender. New Hampshire is afflicted with an aging population issue, and we need to ITL bills like this to make sure every citizen feels welcome and has their humanity respected. I strongly compel the Education Committee to ITL beyond the previously stated information and the fact that it's another roadblock being introduced to further suppress and oppress constituents of your respective districts. It disrespects the humanity of our youth and introduces just another trauma to carry on their shoulders. Let our youth experience every experience they deserve before entering the workforce and the destructive world that they're going to be further exposed to. And for every student here today, I want you to know you are loved, you are appreciated, and you are supported. I implore you to keep on advocating for your rights and know that you have so many supporters for your existence, well-being, and safety. I did not and will not prepare a written testimony as I have other obligations today, sadly, and I want to thank the committee for affording me this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I do not see any questions, so again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Beth. Okay, welcome to education. Go ahead, please. Beth Scare.
Did you call Beth Scare?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, I'm calling in to support HB 198. I'm calling on behalf of all the women in New Hampshire that deserve to have our own sports, and specifically here the girls and women who attend public schools in New Hampshire.
Point of order.
Yes.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Is she in fact representing all the girls in public, in public schools?
No, I don't think she is. She said she's representing herself, I believe.
Yes, I am representing myself, but I'm calling on behalf of all the women and girls in New Hampshire. We deserve better than to have our spaces in sports taken over by boys and men boys and men can have their own spaces, their own sports. No one's telling these kids that they can't compete in sports. But we are telling male-bodied men, male-bodied people to please stick with your own sports, your own spaces. We don't need you in ours. And we know men and boys are much stronger, much bigger, much faster. Some of the science I heard is incredibly mistaken. That's all I'll say. And we know why men and women have separate sports. Everyone knows. And New Hampshire should pass a bill that protects women and gives us a right to our own sports. Please vote OTP on HB 198. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Beth? I do not see any, so thank you very much for being here. I think we have one more. One more person.
Honorable and Butler. Welcome to education. Go ahead, please. Honorable Butler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ladd, Representative Cordelli, and committee members. I don't have much to add to the powerful testimony that you have heard against this bill. It is not unusual when non-discrimination is achieved by a variety of minorities for there to be pushback. This bill is that kind of pushback. But I think it's important to remember that minorities have worked hard to achieve equality, have worked hard to achieve non-discrimination, and that that non-discrimination should not be undone. In August of 2019, Governor Sununu signed House Bill 608, the transgender non-discrimination bill. That was supported in a bipartisan way from the House and from the Senate. I urge you to oppose this bill and support the non-discrimination bill that has been passed to support the transgender community throughout our state. I'm happy to take questions, but I just wanted to reinforce the powerful testimony that's been given throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no questions. So again, thank you. And I believe that is our last person to testify. And maybe the clerk on right, C24 in support, 1135 opposed, 2 neutral, and 35 testified.
I can't hear.
Could you repeat that, Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Does that sound right?
I have 31.
31 testified?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could you repeat the support and oppose? It was unclear.
Okay. Support 24.
Thank you.
1135 and 31 testified.
Thank you.
So that will end our hearing on HB 98 for today.
We have a hand raised, and I'm trying to.
I'm sorry, I just.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Maybe it's for the next hearing. I'm not sure.
We have one more bill to go back to, and I'll turn things back over to Chairman Ladd.
I missed some names. I need to see you.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. Yes, we're going to go back now and take up HB 276. This is a bill relative to availability of menstrual hygiene products in schools. it also has a second part in that bill, which is in the analysis. This bill also provides that school districts may seek state reimbursement to fulfill this obligation. So with that, I believe we have 6 people that were signed up to testify on that particular bill, on this bill. And, pardon me?
It looks that way, yes.
Yeah, and we did not have the bill sponsors to introduce. It was introduced by Ralph Bohm, Representative Bohm. So at this point in time, I'm opening it up now to those folks that indicated that they like to testify on behalf of that. Elizabeth Canada, I believe, is the first individual.
Actually, I have Rep Edwards here.
Oh, Rep Edwards is there now?
Yes.
That'd be great. Okay. Let's recognize Representative Edwards.
Okay, go ahead, Rep Edwards.
Yeah, hello. This is Representative Jess Edwards representing Auburn, Chester, and Sandown. I'm here today introducing HB 276. I've talked to the committee before on pretty much exactly the same ground. So much of this is going to be a repeat, and therefore I can go through it pretty quickly, I think. It's very similar to Representative Judy Aaron's bill that she introduced like maybe 2 weeks ago. But this bill originated when I was talking last year to Senator Sharon Carson, who was incensed that she couldn't get the Senate to recognize that the way the bill was crafted that came through mandating public schools to have female hygiene products on hand and for them to be made available for free based on using vending machines in the bathrooms, all bathrooms. She was incensed that the constitutional issue here is pretty clear in Article 28A under mandated programs, and I won't read it to you, but it passed in 1984, and it essentially says that the legislature can do whatever it wants and mandate whatever it wants. It just needs to pay for it. And the way the bill got passed, it was the perfect storm between requiring action on the part of the school districts and then insisting that there's no way the state would pay for it. So it was almost an arrogant unfunded mandate. And so I think there's 2 ways that the Education Committee could go on fixing this. One is HB 276, which essentially says this is not a mandate, but it's a really great suggestion. You ought to do it. Or the alternative would be to amend it and pay for it, in which case it would need to come over to finance and we'd have to figure out how we would pay for it. So that's it. If we mandate it as a state, we have to pay for it. The current RSA mandates it and doesn't pay for it, and it's really up to us to fix it. And with that, I'll take questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Representative Edwards. Are there questions for Representative Edwards? Not seeing any hand.
Well, thank you to the Education Committee, and thank you for deferring this so that I could introduce the bill, Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Elizabeth Canada. She is from Planned Parenthood. Go ahead, please, Ms. Canada.
Hi there. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Ladd and members of the House Education Committee. For the record, my name is Elizabeth Canada. I am the Advocacy Manager for Planned Parenthood New Hampshire Action Fund and Planned Parenthood of Northern New England, and we've submitted our testimony through email as well. We urge you to vote ITL on House Bill 276. You already know the background. In 2019, this body passed Senate Bill 142, which required New Hampshire public high school and middle schools to make menstruation products available at no cost in girls' restrooms and gender-neutral restrooms. That bill passed with broad bipartisan support, and when Governor Sununu signed that bill into law, he said that it would ensure students could, quote, learn without disruption and free of shame or fear of stigma, end quote. House Bill 276, however, would no longer require public schools to offer menstrual products in spaces that are accessible without students needing to ask someone. This bill instead asks districts to make reasonable efforts. This change would bring us back to before the passage of Senate Bill 142 in 2019 and would be a major step back in our state for menstrual equity and reducing unnecessary classroom disruptions. Let's be clear. Providing no-cost menstruation products in public schools decreases learning interruptions, which is good for students and good for educators and good for schools overall. I've heard mention of costs as a prohibitive barrier for school districts. The law went into effect in 2019, which means initial and one-time costs for implementation were likely incurred in 2019. Additionally, the law did not require machines to be installed in bathrooms. Districts and schools could provide something as simple as a basket with tampons and pads in restrooms. In order to enable students to practice proper hygiene, we expect schools to supply toilet paper, soap, and towels or dryers at no cost to students. We don't ask for reasonable efforts to ensure those products. We expect districts to provide them. We should similarly expect schools to supply products needed by students who are menstruating. In short, House Bill 276 would again increase barriers for students and barriers that will occur regularly and monthly. The goal should be to support students in feeling safe and comfortable in their school buildings without feeling stigmatized or singled out. New Hampshire already has that law on the books, and other states and countries have been following our lead. Let's not roll back progress. We ask that you vote inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 276.
Thank you very much, Ms. Canada. Are there questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for hanging in so long.
Thank you.
Next, I see Abigail Whitcomb. Monitor, welcome to education.
Hello, members of the Education Committee. My name is Abby Whitcomb, and I am an alum of the Londonderry School District, and I oppose HB 276. As an 11-year-old that just started her period the summer before 6th grade, I was a bit unprepared when it came to having it in school. One day, before lunch, I ran to the bathroom and put on a pad from the ones provided in the bathroom. I was so embarrassed that I waited until someone in the stall next to me flushed to open the package because I didn't want anyone to know that I was having a normal bodily function that comes with puberty. The period products that were provided helped me throughout middle school and high school when my menstrual cycle caught me off guard. I would run to the nurse's office between classes when I'd forgotten to restock my backpack or ran out during a cycle. For someone like me, I was taught to be ashamed of my period, that having a gigantic red stain on my pants would be embarrassing and that I should try my best to cover that up. I am incredibly grateful that my school was able to help me when I was in a bind, but for students that have periods that can't afford to buy menstrual products, the ones that the school provides are the only opportunity to have basic access. Removing the requirement from RSA 189:16A is not acceptable. To deny students access to basic period products because of the cost to the district is not based in reality. School districts across the state have budgets upwards of millions of dollars. Menstrual products are only a fraction of a % of the budget. With that same line of logic, school districts should not buy other sanitary products such as toilet paper or soap or paper towels because they cost just as much and are just as necessary. Menstrual products should be available to all students who need them, no exceptions. Amending RSA 189:16A from shall to shall make reasonable efforts to gives schools a cop-out from providing these products to students. If schools do not provide these products to students because they can't find room in the budget, students will suffer. Some students will not have any access to menstrual products at all, causing them to miss school and suffer falling behind. Others will not be able to focus on their schoolwork because the only thing they can focus on is not staining their clothes. Every student that menstruates will be put at a disadvantage. HB 276 is a violation of the New Hampshire Supreme Court in the ruling Claremont v. Governor. The state Supreme Court has ruled that education is a fundamental right, and you, as legislatures, have the duty to ensure that the public schools achieve their object and provide an education to all its citizens that support all public schools. Providing free period products to all who need them is a crucial part of providing an adequate education because it keeps students from missing school and keeps students focused on achieving academic success. Amending RSA 189:16A will have an immense impact on students across the state and needs to be kept as is. As a former public school student, I am grateful that my school district provided me with menstrual products when I needed them. People in period poverty rely on schools for their products and are even more grateful. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for listening to me today, and I hope you will vote against HB 276.
Thank you very much, Abigail. Are there any questions for Abigail Whitcomb? Not seeing any hands. Thank you so much for testifying today, Abigail.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next we have Fiona. Education.
Who is that, Representative Hobson? If you're muted, Fiona. Who is it?
Good afternoon. Is everyone able to hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Members of the House Education Committee, hello, I am Fiona Greeno, a resident of Meriden, New Hampshire, and I strongly oppose HB 276. Thank you for your time today and hearing my testimony. I am a researcher of menstrual equity solutions with a focus on menstrual product accessibility for students in particular. I menstruate and thus understand how crucial menstrual products are to each and every student who gets their period. I went to public school in New Hampshire all the way through high school, and in high school I began an organization that raised more than $5,000 worth of menstrual products for a local shelter to address this need. As a college student, I invest time in researching menstrual equity. There are free menstrual product programs across the nation in which health, hygiene, and destigmatization are promoted. Others have paved the way so that we may follow their lead here in New Hampshire. Let me share a story, one that repeats itself every day in public schools. I was in class as a 15-year-old. I sat down for a group project and felt my period come on unexpectedly. Nothing is quite like knowing that your peers will see blood through your pants. I was supposed to be discussing questions with my peers, but instead I was panicked, embarrassing, and bleeding. I asked the teacher to leave class, hoping no one would see the blood stain. I was mortified as I walked awkwardly to my locker all the way across school to get a pad, but I was out of pads in my locker and I panicked once again. There are a myriad of reasons I did not go to the nurse. They were far away, often out of office, had many other students to deal with, and I was already embarrassed enough. I made a beeline to the bathroom where I constructed an ineffective, pathetic pad out of toilet paper, placing it strategically in my underwear. The only solace was that every one of my friends had been in this position of desperation before. Several minutes passed as I cleaned up. Had a pad been there for me, I could have taken much less time and had the comfort of knowing I wouldn't bleed through my pants anymore. By the time I got back to class, I had missed a significant amount of instruction and material. One thing I must make very clear, toilet paper is free in schools, therefore menstrual products should be too. Menstrual products need to be in bathrooms so students can quickly attend to their most basic health and hygiene needs. No one expects a student to bring toilet paper into school, and no one would make them get some from the nurse. So why are we making students bring their own menstrual products in? Not providing menstrual products is a proven barrier to education. Those experiencing poverty are even less likely to have access to these products, as Abby touched on earlier. Here in New Hampshire, we know that education is a fundamental right. Without menstrual products in schools, we are not upholding this truth. Thank you, and I urge the committee to oppose this bill. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Fiona? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for testifying today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I guess we would want to speak to representatives first.
Mm-hmm.
We have Rep. Oregon. Yes, please, Rep. Oregon. I guess it's quite a jump from the attendees from panelists.
There you go. I got myself unmuted. So I continue seeing a lot of me today. I'm Representative Timothy Horgan, Stratford County District 6, the towns of Durham and Madbury. So I strongly oppose this bill. I think even though I'm a man, and even women my age are long past menopause, I still find this really an offensive bill. This is not appropriate place to put a little lecture about Article 28A. This is several other people mentioned toilet paper. These menstrual products are as basic as toilet paper. I will say I came to you a couple of weeks ago with bills about school lunch programs. Actually, it may have just been last week, but it seems like longer ago. And that's a little bit different because there's federal funding for this stuff. But my school district has reached out to me, and the other school district reached out to me in favor of my lunch bills. Nobody's ever reached out to me to tell me to kill this menstrual products hygiene. In fact, when we passed the original bill that created this, there was support from the school districts. So this is as basic as, it's like it'd be as if we passed a bill saying the school district should make reasonable efforts to ensure toilet paper is original at all costs in all bathrooms. It's every bit as ridiculous and as insulting as that bill would be. So I want to have state funding. I understand the logic behind that, except of course the way the budget is constructed, that's one of those things that would probably get slashed, in order just to take a few dollars out of the budget. So maybe better just let the school districts pay for it, because they're the ones who are responsible for providing the product. So I sort of understand the logic of having the state do it, but it's one of those little things that would just get whacked out of the budget at budget time. So I say this is a good law. We should keep it, we should keep it as it is. And I'm just really appalled that they would do it. I think part of it, not to impugn anyone's motives or to speculate, but certainly if you heard from other women who have testified, they view there's like a subtext in there that they feel like we're playing games with this bill just because it's not viewed as a serious problem, not as serious a problem as problems that affect men. But for women, as you've already heard, this is an extremely serious problem. This is a very simple and inexpensive solution to what can be really a very serious problem that can lead, that can seriously impede women's education. So I would say keep the bill the way it is. So, and if you do put in state funding, you have to be prepared to lobby very hard to keep it in the next time the budget committee whacking small items in the budget to make it up. So I think we've already, the concerns that this amendment addressed, the concerns were already addressed adequately by the original bills. So thank you very much. You have to take questions if you want to, but you've had a long day.
Are there any questions for Representative Horgan? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. ITO, I'm opposed to it.
Rep Edwards would like to respond.
Are there any other?
There's other people.
Other people that are signing up to testify need to be recognized first.
So State Rep Judy Aaron. Go ahead. Aaron, welcome to education.
Welcome, Representative Aaron. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much. Sorry for not getting my mute button off soon enough. But anyway, good afternoon. Education Committee, I'm Representative Judy Aaron. I represent District 7 in Sullivan County. That's Ackworth, Goshen, Langdon, Lemster, and Washington. I just wanted to add some extra words for what Representative Edwards said when he presented this bill. And I want to tell the committee here today that you have to remember that this bill really has nothing to do with menstruation or offering products for free. What this bill is all about is that the legislature must follow the Constitution. It's about our oath as legislators to follow the Constitution, which does say we should not be legislating unfunded mandates. And we are doing this with this statute in place. We are exercising a power we do not have. Now, I get it that people are coming and saying how, there's period poverty and there's, it's much better if we can offer feminine products for free and all of that. I get that. I understand it. As a woman, I understand it. When I went to school, I had gone through the same problems and issues of worrying about leaking and showing and having a problem of not having enough product with me in my purse. I understand it. I get it. But the way in which this statute stands, it is unconstitutional. And we as legislators have a duty to repair that. We must fix it. So if you want to put something in statute that that puts some kind of funding grant through our finance committee or something, fine, go and do that. But otherwise, by pushing this down to the school districts as an unfunded mandate, it is unconstitutional, and we must fix this. So I understand. I mean, I get maybe there's a need for menstrual products. Maybe there's a need to give it out for free. I don't know if you want to compare it to toilet paper or soap or napkin products, whatever. That's something totally different. The issue at hand here is that as this statute stands, it is unconstitutional. It is an unfunded mandate. And we need to fix it. And that's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Aaron. Are there any questions for the representative? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Next, we have State Rep Maria Perez. Welcome to education. Hi there.
Hello, thank you again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak up on HB 276. I testified against this bill. Before I testify against this bill, I'm gonna share a little bit on my horrible story. One of the people who started a period, not even 9 years old. And then this bill, for me, is like, it's gonna make embarrassing for people, like especially people from like my background. We don't speak up, especially when we have to go and then ask for a man for female products. In our culture, we don't do that. We barely even like get to speak our mothers, because in our own culture, this is like something that we don't like to talk about it. This is something embarrassing. Do you imagine girls going to a guy's teacher or someone, a male person in the school, and ask for the product? And then the other thing, I feel so embarrassed to hear someone supporting this bill and saying that we should not be giving products to the girls. It's embarrassing for someone not having enough products when they go into school and have an accident. We should be supporting that girls make sure they have confidence. We have to build the confidence in the girls. This kind of build is not going to build the confidence in the girl. It's going to put the confidence down, especially when they have to go and then expose themselves every month when they need extra products because they don't have the product necessary when they have the periods. So for that, I will ask the committee to ITL this bill.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very have Carl Ladd here. Don't see him. Okay, Becky Wilson from the School Board Association. Welcome. You have to unmute. Well, we don't have Carl here. So that's all the people that have signed up to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Jean Fresca. I'm sorry, I skipped right over you. Thank you so much. Jean Fresca from ACLU. Sorry about that. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify again before you today. My name is Jeannie Haruska. I'm the political director for the ACLU of New Hampshire, and I'm here today in opposition to HB 276, which endangers student health and safety. It is unsanitary and unsafe to not regularly change tampons or pads, and yet too often students will try and make just one tampon last an entire school day because going without means staying home from school or utter public humiliation. I've been trying to think all day about how to adequately describe how distracting and embarrassing periods can be when a person doesn't have access to products. And it's really hard to describe if you haven't experienced it. But I can tell you that for students who do not have access to these products, it consumes your every hour. You're trying to pay attention to math, you're trying to pay attention to something else. And it's really hard when the one thing at the forefront of your mind is your period. This is something that should impact schools. It absolutely impacts a student's education. And I do want to acknowledge that this bill does require schools to make, quote, reasonable efforts to ensure that menstrual products are available at no cost to students versus HB 458, which eliminated any obligation for schools to do so. However, this bill still removes the requirement and risks reviving period poverty in our public schools. This legislation, to be honest, is particularly distressing this year of all years. Families are under unprecedented financial hardship right now because of the pandemic, increasing the risk of reviving period poverty if this bill is passed. With regards to the pandemic, it's also worth noting that a lot of public schools have been virtual, either part-time or full-time, which certainly has reduced the cost of this legislation, given that students are spending less time in schools. So if cost is the concern, it just seems very bizarre that this is the year that this legislation is brought forward. And the SB 142, which was the bill passed in 2019, was a momentous bill. It was such a positive bill for New Hampshire. We all heard the governor signed it. He expressed support for it. We should stand behind that bill. That bill represented progress for student health, for student dignity, and for learning. I'm urging this committee to stand in support of that bill and to oppose HB 276, just like we previously asked you to oppose HB 458. I'm happy to answer questions. I really appreciate your time and consideration this late in the day.
Thank you very much, Ms. Haruska. Are there any questions for Ms. Haruska? Representative Moffat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Haruska, for your time again today. The ACLU famously defends the Constitution, famously defends people's rights. The First Amendment comes to mind. Could you respond, please, to Representative Judy Aaron's argument that this is not a health issue, which you and others seem to be dwelling on, but it's simply a constitutional issue, and that SB 142 is clearly unconstitutional. Could you speak to Representative Aaron's points, please?
Yeah, I'm happy to. I took note when the representative noted that the bill has nothing to do with menstrual products, because I very much disagree. I think this bill has everything to do with access to necessary products. And so for us, that's what this bill is about. It is about student health and student safety. And I can just know, I've been before this committee and other committees many times over the past 4 legislative sessions. And I hear 28A thrown around a lot, and not very consistently, I have to say. It's brought up, it seems, when it's convenient, and it's sidelined when it's not. And so, to be frank, I choose to focus on the student health and student safety issues here, because that is very real, that is consistent. We should all care about student welfare. And so I defer to the committee on the 28A issue. I just have not seen that consistently applied before the legislature, I have to be honest.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Ms. Ruska.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Next we have Valerie Vallant. Go ahead, please.
See, I can't. I'm not getting the
Hold
attendee.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, it's very nice to meet you all virtually. My name is Valerie Vallant. I'm an OBGYN resident physician here in the state of New Hampshire. I want to just testify very strongly against this bill, HB 276. As an OBGYN, I meet with teenagers, I meet with youth every day, and one of the biggest complaints that I have is periods and how they're embarrassing, but also how they're heavy, and it keeps them from school. 1 in 5 teenagers in the US will miss class somewhere in the middle school, high school period because of lack of access to proper period products, tampons, pads. I had a patient yesterday who is she's 25, and she recounted so eloquently for me that her senior year of high school, she missed 80 days of school because of her period. Taking away menstrual products for women, which are as fundamental, I know that it was said it's not as fundamental as toilet paper or hand soap, but it's a bodily function. It's normal. We shouldn't feel ashamed and ashamed of it, but the way our society functions is we do feel ashamed as women because of menstruation, which is a normal function. It's, no offense, how we all came to exist in this world. Without menstruation, we wouldn't have conception, we wouldn't be here. I think that is fundamentally what we have to remember. Taking away this bill, taking away access of girls in school to have free period products raises the issue of gender equality. It implies that women are treated less than men, that we don't need to give them the same access to fundamental human supplies as men. We wouldn't take away men's toilet paper. Why take away women's period products? So I greatly appreciate you to me. I greatly appreciate you supporting the removal of the bill proposal. I said that a little backwards. Happy to answer any questions that you have for me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vallant. Are there any
questions? Sorry.
Valerie, can you repeat your last name?
Yep. So I'm a physician, and my last name is Vallant. V as in Victor, A-L-A-N-T, and I specialize in obstetrics and gynecology.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you mind if you take questions?
Absolutely. I would love questions.
Representative Likas?
Oh, I forgot what I was going to ask. My question has to do with, I guess what I keep hearing, and I'm wondering if you had input on, is because it takes the mandate away, absolutely will supply and just says reasonable efforts to ensure, do you believe that that will then, schools will just eliminate carrying the period products?
Thank you. I think that's a good question. I think wording is very important in bills like this. I think from what I've been hearing throughout the day as I've been stepping in and out of clinic is that school budgets are really tough and they're tight. And I think people look for ways to be able to achieve budgets in a system that is funded, right? The public education system needs constant work. And I think if you take out language that allows for the option of supplying them without mandating it, then it could be something that goes by the wayside and it's not going to be provided. And it's unfair that a product that women need for a natural function of their bodies is not supplied by the schools.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Valerie. Are there further questions for Ms. Vallant? I guess it's Dr. Vallant.
It is. Thank you for the correction. I appreciate it.
Sorry, doctor.
That's okay.
Are there further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have Megan Tuttle. Yes.
Are you out there, Megan?
Hi, good afternoon. Sorry about that. I swear every time I get called, my my Zoom goes out on me. So I apologize for that, but thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Megan Tuttle. I'm president for NEA New Hampshire, representing about 17,000 educators across the state of New Hampshire. I know that a lot of this might sound repetitive from what you've already heard, but I think it does bear repeating based on what this bill is talking about. So last year, we know a bill was passed and signed by Governor Sununu to make available free feminine hygiene products in all girl and gender neutral bathrooms in middle schools and high schools across New Hampshire. That involved getting the products and involved possibly buying and putting up vending machines or other places for those products to be displayed. The reason for this was not because it's something girls want, it's something girls need. I think we need to be clear that without the original provisions in the law, all the female students do become second-class citizens. It's been shown, and we talked about this last year, that girls are missing on average, some of them 40 days of school a year due to not having access to feminine hygiene products. That's over a month of school. That's a lot. And if you think about it, it's not because they want to miss school, they're missing it because they don't have access to these products. It's not like the girls want to have their period every month, but they do, as we've heard testimony from people before me. It's just something that we have. Feminine hygiene products are considered luxury items, so it's not like they can be purchased with the use of SNAP funds. This bill is trying to take this back by saying that schools only have to use reasonable effort to ensure menstrual hygiene products are available. And this is just being called an unfunded mandate, but there's nothing that I can see in here that says the state has to pay for it. It says that the districts shall seek, or the districts may seek reimbursement, but nothing saying the state would have to reimburse them. And that's wrong. The law is already there that districts need to provide this, and that's what we need to stick with. Seeking reimbursement because the district has refused to honor its responsibility to provide for the basic needs of half their students is at best an insulting second place trophy. Female students are missing class time and they're being robbed of this equal education. Supplying toilet paper, we hear a lot about this and it sounds silly, but it's true. That's not considered an unfunded mandate. Schools have to provide receptacles to put the feminine hygiene products in so they know that they're needed. Again, it sounds silly, but it really is the same principle. Districts provide meals, districts pay for water, districts pay for heat, they pay for all basic human essential needs except this one, and they need to. Elected leaders far too long have ignored women's issues. They've denied them equal access, and they've cried that there just isn't money to pay for things. Basically, what we're hearing as females is you're not a priority, you're not even close to being one. Other states are passing similar laws. We were one of the first in the nation to do this last year, and other states took our lead. Scotland, as a country, has free feminine hygiene products for their entire country, a whole country. We always hear about other countries and their studies about education and how they got kids back into school. Why don't we look at studies about free feminine hygiene products for the entire country instead of just in our state and squabbling over whether districts should have to pay for them or not? NEA New Hampshire is in opposition to this bill. We don't want girls missing valuable time in schools because of an equity issue like this, and there's no reason to change the law that's already in place. Thank you for hearing the testimony, and I'm more than willing to take any questions, and I will be sending in the written testimony for you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tuttle. Are there questions for Megan? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have someone named Debbie, and I like that name very much. So please hold on while we plug in. Little end of the day humor. Welcome to education. Are you there? Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. My name is Debbie Green. I'm a constituent in Greenville, New Hampshire. And I just have a couple of questions as I am fairly new to politics and I'm getting to understand how things work. So this bill seems to be suggesting that the school districts need to find a way to pay for these products on their own and that they may get reimbursement, they may not. And so that leads me to believe then that what about the very poor school districts who have a hard time affording what they already have? They are not going to be provided for. So just please give me some clarification on that if you would.
Well, she's asking a question about the bill, and I'm wondering if a bill sponsor would answer the question.
Why don't we have, I see that Representative Edwards is still on the hook there. Maybe he could answer that.
Hold on 1 minute, Debbie.
Okay.
Hey, Rep. Edwards, we have someone who has a question on the bill. Would you be available for answers?
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Debbie, would you please repeat what your question was?
Oh, sure. Okay, so this bill seems to be suggesting to me that it's going to be placed upon school districts to pay for these products and then to seek reimbursement or scrounge around from, I think I read other like nonprofit organizations who might help donate, that sort of thing. And that just makes me wonder then, what about the very poor school districts who have a hard time already affording things and teachers have to pay money, you know, out of their own pocket for some of the supplies? Does this mean that they just don't get any?
Well, thank you for the question. I would say that by and large, what you're describing is the law as it currently exists. The law as it currently exists directs the schools to come up with the funding to pay for the supplies. And it doesn't allow the school districts to come back to the state to request any funds. And so the issue here really isn't about the item that we're talking about. It's the constitutional prohibition of the state legislature directing action on the part of a local school district without also paying for that action. It's an easy constitutional principle that I think any first-year lawyer could explain.
I don't remember ever allowing a member of the public to question the sponsor of a bill during the hearings like this. Am I wrong?
In this particular situation, we've usually had people that are technicians from various departments, and we've also asked at times when a representative that's the prime sponsor of a bill, and this was a question regarding the bill itself, and Representative Edwards was kind enough to try to help him respond. It's not up to the committee to respond to that because we're not the makers of that bill.
Thank you.
You may go ahead.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I had reached the conclusion of the answer. I don't know if it was adequate to the person who asked. I did have a question for you before the session ends.
Do we have any more? Debbie Green, thank you very much, Debbie, for coming and testifying today. Representative Edwards, if you have a question to ask me, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. It really isn't a question as much as just a professional courtesy to let you know that I'll be filing a complaint with Speaker's House or Speaker's Office relative to what the representative from Durham did during his testimony before the committee. As an experienced state representative, I believe that he knew or should have known that he was misrepresenting my testimony and my bill, and he did so in an intentionally derogatory and insulting manner in order to mock or diminish the substance of what we're talking about. Okay, so I just wanted to let you know I'll be filing a complaint, sir.
Not any business of the committee what this representative does. Go ahead and do it.
Yes, our job here at the committee, you may file that with the appropriate group representative.
Yes, sir. It was a professional courtesy to let you know that's what I'm going to be doing.
It's not how I interpret it.
Okay.
I don't think you were recognized either, Representative.
I'm a member of the committee, Representative. You are not.
Okay, I think that all of us, it's the end of our day here. Let's try to end it amongst ourselves here in a polite manner if we can amongst our own committee here. And Representative Edwards he's a representative, he can file in accordance with the procedures spelled out for him. That's not my business or your business right now. It may be, who knows, but let's move on. As the last reminder, folks, remember we do have, we're going to close this down first. We had here on, this is HB 276. I believe we must have close to 11 people testifying on this. Why don't you, Representative Hobson or Representative Shaw, give us the update here.
13.
13? Okay.
13 testifying. We had 20 in support, 282 opposed, and 2 neutral. The neutrals were the school board, New Hampshire School Board, New Hampshire School Administrators Association, and the New Hampshire School Board Association. They were not available at the time.
Yes, they were the only ones that had signed up, amongst other people that were not here again. So I want to thank everybody for participating today. I recognize that I apologize for this going so very, very long today, especially on a day we're supposed to be out there in municipal government doing our things. So thank you very much, and reminder that we do have a meeting coming up on Thursday where we will be execing bills which are noted in the calendar. And also please remember that we can exec other bills which we previously heard. So in conclusion, I'm going to call this meeting to an end and thank everybody for participating today. Have a great evening.
Bye, guys.
You're welcome. Good night. Good night.